My apologies, folks. I am here. Welcome on in, everybody. My name is Coinstamp, and welcome to another session of Elden Ring Reforged Deathless. All content, fire spells only. Routing. Since I'm late, greetings, Mr. Jason. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind. I hope you had a wonderful weekend, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Same goes for everyone else as well. I do hope you guys had a wonderful weekend. I had an okay weekend. Up and down, had some ups and downs, but I had an okay weekend. But before we get started, for realsies, we got to thank our wonderful contributors during this month's cycle. Which I guess I will go ahead and adjust this because somehow the webcam got knocked up, or the hinge on it got knocked a certain direction. My apologies. I read these placards at the start of each and every stream as a way to say thank you to everyone who has financially donated money to me in the past, or were otherwise financially generous with their contributions. I will go ahead and read those contributions now. If you guys want your names on these placards, Twitch subscription of any size, Patreon or coffee membership of any size, or a one-off contribution through coffee or similar platforms as well will land your wonderful names on these placards. And if you go through and purchase a rate of 6 months or more, which I need to, if I'm going to make that a reality, there are definitely some bits of text here that need an update. But if you guys do purchase 6 months or maintain a membership for 6 months, I will italicize your text and put it in purple. So stay tuned for that. But with that, let's get started reading. Thank you to Grunge Monkey and Ball Shack for their Twitch subscriptions. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that such subscription packages provide, including but not limited to extra benefits channels on my Discord server, emote packages, as well as extra votes on mainline content whenever we go to vote on various items. Please do enjoy those things, to say the least. Thank you to Mr. Rasby the Player for their continued Valkyrie tier membership. I'm pretty sure it's beyond the 6-month mark, good sir. So after today's stream, I will go ahead and update your text accordingly. I've been thinking about that for a while. But please do enjoy the benefits of your Valkyrie tier membership, good sir. Well, I do not have any one-off contributors or one-off patrons. I would like to thank those who have either maintained a Patreon membership, or for those who have used those platforms or particular methods of contribution in the past. Please know that I value that very, very greatly, and it meant the world to me when you did it. Promise. That said, I feel like I need to center this a little bit. There we go. Why don't we get to work? Also, I need to reset this, so 1 second. There we go. Okay. Mr. Jason says, I have arrived today with wonderful news, good sir. In fact, not one, not two, but 3 pieces of wonderful news. Okay. Mr. Jason says, yesterday, my friend, as part of the list here, Yesterday, my friend on Discord messaged me to let me know that the Microsoft Xbox showcase has announced a game called Spyro: A Realm Beyond. I heard that a Spyro game was announced. I got a photo of what it looked like, but not the name. It's certainly interesting. Microsoft, and it's for the Microsoft Xbox Series SS, PC, Steam, Sony PlayStation 5, XS, excuse me, and the Nintendo Switch 2. This is the first brand new Spyro game since 2008. Yeah, you know, the studio that is responsible for that, I hope they do well with that. You know, I'm always looking out on the horizon for potential titles to, you know, talk about or discuss or other things of that nature. And that Spyro game has been added to my list of things to look into later. Mr. Jason says, number 2, last night on eBay, I managed to win an auction for Hotel Chocolat the Podster coffee machine. Nice. And after talking to the seller, I sent an offer of £30 with delivery, and the seller accepted. And I'm glad that I did find it, as that product had been discontinued by Hotel Chocolat. Series SX. It's for both the series consoles, right? So Series S and Series X. Just making sure I understand what the slash is for. Pretty sure it's an and. While that is an ongoing question, I have some bookkeeping that I need to report. I did schedule this message out for about 9 o'clock this morning, so you guys in Discord should have already received it, but I'd like to go over it anyway for posterity, which I will do that right here. So, as a few reminders, number 1, I will be at the... Mr. Jason says, yeah, but I wanted to correct a, since I made it twice, a serious mistake. That was a very stretchy, a seriously stretchy joke, but it's a good one.
Sure, Jan.
And that was for my own joke. So, as I was saying, client job this week, starting Thursday. Do not know. I know at the very least I'm out till the 14th. What I do not know is if my particular clients are going to be late coming back or something else of that nature. But my hope is that it'll only be the 11th and 12th that I'm out for, and not like, say, the 15th. So, number 2, this is one of the bigger ones. Moving forward, right now, the speed of the chats is fine. And we won't need to worry about this. I'll read stuff out. But if Friday was any indication of what future chat channel speeds are like, I cannot reply. I'm sitting here still replying to things like 15 minutes out. That's unacceptable for a number of different reasons. Not even just the we are also let me get us off the loading music. Let's do that. People waiting 15 minutes for me to respond to their statement is unacceptable. So I need to adjust what I'm doing to keep up with people typing 5 sentences every minute. It's a lot of sentences in a short space of time. So I'm putting that out there as a, here things are for the future in case people didn't have the chance to read it. Number 3, content on Backlog Fridays is going to stay on Backlog Friday. It's more of a consistency thing. Just when Fridays are happening, when Fridays are here, we're doing the backlog stuff. If Fridays aren't here, we're doing Elden Ring stuff. My apologies. It took me some time to think of whether or not I sincerely wanted to do that. Lastly, number 4. This is just a, hey, I know you guys sometimes talk to me privately on Discord, or you guys post in other servers we may perhaps share in common as individuals. If you were expecting a reply from me and I have not yet done that, I am sorry. I've been busy with, I can do this real quick. I've been busy with plotting out or mapping out the game I'm gonna make. I'm planning on making. Let me put it that way, because I don't know if that's necessarily a guarantee. Lots of ideas get scrapped during game dev. It's actually incredibly common for ideas in a work to release. To release that are completely different from the original. Sorry, I just realized I sold off a half-finished sentence, and that's not good. But I wanted to make sure I addressed that just in case. Mr. Jason says, I agree, good sir. I understand it completely from your perspective again as well. While I personally do not mind how long I wait, I can see how and why others would moan or, again, it's about the pacing of the stream. If I am taking 15 minutes to if I'm taking 15 minutes to conversate, that is also time I am spending not gaming, which is fine. I don't have an issue with that, but there are people who definitely expect me to keep moving. I'm trying to appease lots of different people, I guess is what's really happening. Mr. Jason says, I have... Hold on, I just want to make sure I understand that. Mr. Jason says, I have added some Spyro A Realm Beyond reaction videos to my YouTube watch list, later list, good sir. As of now, I'm currently on the 27th of February with Pokemon Winds and Waves. So with the first video in this list, the list included, I have 186 videos left to watch before I get to any Spyro A Realm Beyond reactions. If you don't mind, Mr. Jason, would you be willing to put that in the general chat in my Discord server? As like something for us to maybe like talk about as a community. You don't have to. It's just, I know I'm probably not the only person who at least has like a passing interest in Spyro stuff, as I am a person who owns the remastered trilogy. I figured it would be good to talk about, and if people want to maybe ask that I like react to it, they can do that as well, among other things. Mr. Jason says, while I'm always in your corner and always will be in your corner as one of your good friends and your moderator, good sir, I'm glad you're trying to appease others, but please do be careful, good sir, not to alienate others, although that's hard to do. Yeah, you can't please everyone. That is something I have learned from personal experience way too many times. But it's definitely, there's some tension in, if people are giving me critique, I should take it to heart. And people are giving me critique because they don't like something and don't want to say so, blah blah blah. Mr. Jason says, just seeing that dapper gentleman makes me happy. I appreciate that, good sir. Speaking of the good sir himself, though, you had mentioned 3 pieces of news. What was the third one? Because I believe we spent quite a bit of time on number 1 because, well, hearing of a new Spyro game is just phenomenal. Last time I heard of a Spyro game was the Reignited Trilogy. Mr. Jason says, I forgot number 3 temporarily. I'm sure we'll remember it. No problems. Take your time. We still got the recap to do. So last Thursday, when we were last doing this, we spent a lot of our time in the deep root depths, as well as rounding up 1 or 2 things in like what is not quite Mount Gelmir. But we spent most of our time in the deep root depths. We fought the blighted avatar. We went through the entire chunk of this, defeated the Crucible Knight Sluria, along with 1 or 2 other things like a Mausoleum Tortoise and a Spirit Springhawk. Then we went through here and defeated both Fia's Champions and Lich Dragon Fortisax. And we obtained a we obtained a remembrance for it before starting the other before starting Ronnie's questline part 2. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, somewhat new toward my wonderful Animal Crossing New Horizons. And while Mr. Jason didn't say anything, they were, once again, massively underdressed for touching down on my island. That was not number 3. Yeah, I figured you'd probably label it with number 3 if you remembered what that was. Mr. Jason says, somewhat new toward my Animal Crossing, my wonderful Animal Crossing New Horizons island. Yeah, someone towards your game. That's kind of concerning. So my goal today with this part of with where we are right now, I would like to get to the ulcerated tree spirit today. Which is not anywhere around here and is instead over in like this area, somewhere around there. It's a completely different environment. You guys will either like it or hate it, but that's our goal. But Noxtella has because that is where we are right now, has a ton, just a ton of little crevices and cracks to check. Mr. Jason says I'm typoing and missing words now. Absolutely incredible. I am pretty sure that this is this a different ant? No, these are 2 creatures. Nice. Yeah, these guys are the ladies riding the ants is they're not dangerous if from a distance, but they got some pretty deceptive range and hit hard for how fast they move. Mr. Jason says Link Ganon Killer was playing some Elden Ring earlier. He was battling against Radon. And how did that turn out? Was he did he beat it with summons, or was he doing it by his lonesome? And if so, did he beat it then? Just curious, because Radon is kind of with or without help, he can be kind of difficult to manage. Mr. Jason says, I sadly do not know, good sir. I was quite busy today. No worries. No worries. Yeah, honestly, Verdon could kind of just go either way. You were in and out of the stream? No worries, good sir. Busy is the name of the game. I've been busy. I mean, I told people why I was withdrawn. I'm trying to think of how I best want to do this, but I think, yeah, I think we go upper and then lower. Yeah, they think they're was that a partial deflect? I think so. Mr. Jason says, in the Spyro A Realm Beyond trailer, it said a new evil rises. And I said, the troll creators have made it to Spyro's world now. Nice. So who do you here's a actual question. Who do you consider the antagonist of Spyro, like the Spyro universe to be, Mr. Jason? Is it the individual bosses, or like the individual big bads of each entry? Is it Mr. Moneybags, or is it you know, someone else? Because I'm willing to bet there are probably tons of people who think it is Mr. Moneybags, because he tends to be the local sellout. Mr. Jason says, I don't rightly know, good sir. Understandable. I think there's a strong, compelling case to make for not necessarily being Moneybags, right? Because Moneybags just cares about enriching himself. Like, he's helped Spyro and he's hurt Spyro. He only cares about himself. He just happens to sometimes kind of benefit from, you know, things that adversely affect Spyro and his group of friends. He's definitely a slimy sleazebag. And I say this from having played a number of these Spyro games myself. It is, I had periods where, like, oh, you know, Moneybags isn't so bad. You know, if the worst you can say about him is that he's a money grubbing little weasel, okay. And then, you know, like the first couple of games, he's just truly beyond the pale. Like, there's no shot that there would actually be someone this cruel at all. Nice. How did that miss? I thought for sure I would have ducked under that, but it's fine. There we go. Got them. Mr. Jason says, oh boy, I almost died. Let's first, like, some of these will spit lance projectiles or spear projectiles at you. You just gotta placate away. These ones on the stairs do not. Mr. Jason says, possible answer. It could be Moneybags. After all, in Spyro 2, he did sell Ripto some bombs. Yep. Mr. Jason's answer. The troll level creators are the big bad behind all villains. There's no echo, like the Legend of Zelda echoes of wisdom type answer, where it's like this really big eldritch primal force. It's just the troll level creators. I hear you. I don't know if there's an overarching big bad. It's easy to say, well, Cinder, or like Cinder's ilk. But Cinder was shown fight out, you know, helping Spyro. Right? Like, not only that, but not every, you know, black dragon was quote unquote bad. Hello. Well, thanks for checking in. Gotta mind the fact that these guys can't really be damaged from the front too well. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think the Spyro universe is one of those. There's not really an overarching big bad. It's just kind of, there are several smaller bads all kind of wanting to do their own thing. And even though they're out there doing their own thing, Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, I don't know when, but at some point during the stream, I will have to head off at short notice. I'm going out to do some shopping. I'm not buying anything, but it is nice to get out of the house. Window shopping. I wish I was doing more of that. Yeah, I hope you enjoy. It is nice to get out of the house and not be a shut-in. I know from personal experience, unfortunately. One thing about college I wish I definitely could have back is being able to yeah, the one thing I wish I could have back is the ability to go places almost of my own volition. I still had to have someone take me due to like just the state of my license and everything, but still, I could more or less elect to go somewhere on my own. So, a bit more about Nox Stella itself. So Nox Stella has an upper and a lower section. It connects to the Lake of Rot. Man, yeah, I didn't even get a notice or anything. Unfortunate. But thank you for the thank you for the ban, good sir. Much appreciated, Mr. Jason. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir. Mr. Jason is very much looking forward to receiving his Hotel Chocolat the Potster coffee machine. Is it, since it's a coffee machine, I assume it services Keurig cups? I'm thinking of the word Podster in, you know, the description of the coffee machine. That makes me think of pods. Yeah, exactly. So Keurig cups. Unless you're saying pods and Keurig cups are different things. Which, that may be true. They're kind of synonymous whenever we talk about it here in the States. I'm so sorry. And my apologies for being late by like a minute. Nice. Mr. Jason says, and unlike the chocolate, you can use other brands. It works with the original size Nespresso pods. as well. Ah, okay. That's cool. I don't recommend supporting Nestle, but that has become Nestle. That is because Nestle has done some diabolical practices, and not for. It is not just for any number of other reasons. Oh yeah, by the way, as a reminder to those that are kind of just listening in, we do in fact have the adult stuff today. So we can, here's a Rolodex of one right now. And by adult, I mean just like generic sounds and stuff. Not anything else. Get your heads out of the gutter. Come on now. Still, yes. We do have, like, regular stream procedure applies. And honestly, with Backlog Fridays, the only reason I'm even, like, choosing to, like, censor is because of the type of game Super Mario Odyssey is. And the kind of audience that it attracts. It attracts people who are not quite adult yet. Just throwing that out there. Not every Backlog Friday will be anti-curse word, like anti-swear. It is the, I'm aware of what kind of an audience tends to be attracted to Nintendo titles, and maybe those folks' parents don't always appreciate when people on the internet are not watching their language. Mr. Jason says, well, Mr. Jason still cannot remember number 3, good sir. I can tell you that a Nintendo Direct has been confirmed for tomorrow at 3 p.m. TCC time, and it's 50 minutes. That is is that like a really, oh God, oh, that was a spook and a half. Holy hell in a handbasket. These things are like silent assassins. Yeah, don't let getting mulched or mowed over by these is very not fun. There we go. Sorry, I hope I wasn't being too exaggerative, but yeah, these silver tier balls that you'll find, yeah, they're one shots for the amount of health we have. We do not want to be getting hit by those. Now back to my question, because before we were so rudely interrupted. Is that like the average length of a Nintendo Direct is about an hour, and the 50 minutes is a bit short of that, or are the Nintendo Directs usually longer? I'm sorry, usually shorter, and this one's a long one. I can't quite tell what the Directs over the years. Some were, they've been kind of all over the place. Some are like 25 minutes. Some are like a full-blown hour. I should have ducked under that, is what I am hearing. It's fine. And one zap ought to do it. Okay, some of these buildings have silver or like silver tier enemies that will drop down, and so I'm kind of having to keep my eye on the ceiling. The silver tiers are a bit like slimes, like Dark Souls slimes. If they drop on you, and you're not prepared, they will kill you because they will deal like electric or lightning damage. And that is a damage resistance that is kind of hard to come by. You should have found some by this point, but if you're playing like Baseline or Reforged, right? You don't always find the lightning resistance before you hit the lightning area. kind of weird, that one. Oh yeah, see that? There's a rune piece right there. Like, you kind of have to mind where you're going. Platforming, everybody. A 50-minute Nintendo Direct. I wonder what they're gonna talk about. Sorry, I'm definitely gonna have some time to catch up on the directs this upcoming weekend, because again, I'll be at my client's house. But I'm also gonna be bringing my notebook with me, so I can work out the I can work out some more details of the idle game I'll be making. Mr. Jason says, no good, sir. Most Nintendo Directs are about 25 minutes. Okay, I thought my memory of that may have been correct, but there were definitely some spotty ones that went beyond the average. The 12th of September, 2025 Nintendo Direct was 60 minutes, and it was mostly Super Mario. Okay, yeah, so 50 minutes is a long time. I wonder what correspondingly big announcement they are going to drop. Maybe it is franchise focused, or maybe it's more general, like, oh hey, yeah, we don't care about our this is talking about all of the controversies that Nintendo has drummed up in like the past few years, because definitely make no mistake, a lot of people are now saying that ever since Satoru Iwata's death, ever since he passed, wow, that is awful. Nintendo has just not been the same. It just hasn't been behaving like itself. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason's wallet hopes for nothing. Mr. Jason's wallet already dislikes Mr. Jason. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. It's losing bits of itself every time it opens up. Sure, I could believe that. If we believe that wallets are sentient objects anyway. Oh, and, that said, animism is one of the most commonly held beliefs in, I say common, I'm sorry, oldest held beliefs in human history. The idea that spirits resided in objects or living things. Shinto believed that things that people possessed had spirits, in addition to nature also having spirits. Traditional animism really only says that the earth and the animals have like an imbued spirit of anything. I've never been an animist, which is the term for people who believe in that sort of thing. I've never been an animist. I know there's some people who practice. I know of like a couple of people that have practiced or have had aspects of animism in their practice, but they let me not do that. Oh yeah, the door's shut. Of course that would happen. Careful, careful, careful. Don't want to let this thing get to you. There we go. The giant silver tier, and it opened right back up. Goody. So far, so good. More somber sixes. Useful for when we get the Frenzy Flame seal. Yeah, I have not been an animist. There's no reason to think these things necessarily have an intention. After all, fire is a fickle thing. It will burn your friends and it'll burn your foes alike. And things that have a belief impressed upon them tend to want to protect the things for which that belief is impressed upon. It's the idea that gods need worshippers, right? And if you worship spirits, then, you know, that supposedly that spirit's livelihood may become dependent on your belief in things. It's like a core concept of religion in general, or even just spirituality in general, is that belief is necessary for those sorts of things to exist. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason does hope for the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time remake, although if Nintendo wants to do a really nice quality of life change, they're welcome to patch out Gerudo horseback archery. They'd probably make it completely different, if I'm being completely honest. It may not even be a horseback archery. In fact, they'd probably like completely rework the Gerudo, even for Ocarina of Time, because this idea of women, like a group of an all-female group imprisoning men, is not a great reflection on women writ large. It's the kind of thing that sensitivity and or inclusion inclusion consultants have been talking to Nintendo about for a while. It is generally not good for any group, especially if they're depicting a minority group or an oppressed class, to be exclusionary by default without like a world-built reason. In this case, the fact that the Gerudo bear women, and almost always only women, no matter who courts them or who starts a family with them, that's fine. Because there's a space version of that called the Asari, where in Mass Effect, the Asari only ever reproduce more Asari, and it's the mental imprint of the father that is carried over between successive melds. Mr. Jason says that Mr. Jason cannot wait to have to redo the wonderful Lon Lon Ranch obstacle course. Sarcasm, right? That obstacle course actually wasn't all that bad, at least in my opinion. It is very much the... Really? Oh, this guy boxes. Can't roll. Got to be really careful with him. Thank goodness that the duck can take care or dodge a lot of these strikes. That should be game over. Okay. Good to know that some of these are pit rooms now. That's new. These were not pit rooms before. Right. What was I saying? Yeah, so I would expect, if anything, if they were going to do like a actual reboot, and, you know, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom were not considered the reboots for Ocarina of Time, because I sort of feel as though the lore in Ocarina of Time has been completely superseded at least according to Aonuma's own words, is like a reboot of the entire franchise. Why would we need a reboot of a game that has already had a 3D port of it? That just feels unnecessary on a multitude of different grounds. It kind of spits in the face of your own rework, right? Mr. Jason says, I know that Mr. Jason disliked the obstacle course for sure. That's fair. I don't think I liked it all that much either. But I dislike the archery one more, as like the horseback archery as a kid. I did not care for that. I see a lot of them are doing the thing. I'm gonna do something like this. Oh boy. And we're going to conjure a storm cloud over that. We're just going to kind of let the silver tier do its thing. Mr. Jason says they probably won't as modern Nintendo. But I hope that the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time remake, if it happens, also comes to Nintendo Switch. But it'll probably just be the Nintendo Switch 2. Oh god, I hope so. But you're probably right. And on the grounds of Nintendo, I think I'll kind of say it here because this is happening with like American companies, right? So I'll take Wizards of the Coast, right? Wizards of the Coast is a subsidiary of a toy manufacturing company called Hasbro. And Hasbro is known for making like Transformers toys. Well, they have mismanaged their other properties so much that Magic the Gathering, a trading card game, is like their largest cash cow. And Hasbro doesn't much care about why WotC would or wouldn't prefer to do something. They're nice. I love getting stabbed. During one of the production meetings, and I do have to say this as like an allegedly this thing happened, because there's no guarantee of it. It's kind of supposedly hearsay, but there's a channel called Crispy's Tavern that's reported on this, and it from their sources allegedly not only was Wizards of the Coast producing like parachute cards, which is to say to purposely overproduce cards just for the sake of money, which is like a huge issue with like card value. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Not only that, but among other things, Hasbro even planned around losing money. They purposely planned around losing money, which is just wild. I have never known a company in my entire life, and I'm saying this as an anarcho-capitalist, I have never known a company to purposely prepare itself to lose money through the Magic 30 anniversary. If you guys want more information on that, I recommend watching Tolarian Academy. They kind of went over a lot of this, but again, Crispy's Tavern also did a little bit more background digging about that particular thing and found more information. So I recommend watching them. It's mind-boggling. Mr. Jason says, I sure can't wait for the new generations of children playing the supposed Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time remake and finding the wonderful Dead Hand. What do you want to bet that gets changed, though, to be like less bloody? Because that's a thing that Nintendo's been doing with Legend of Zelda for a while now. I have zero idea how a remake is going to work in the face of modern Nintendo values. Like what they're going to change in order to fit in line with their new principles. That said, that warning we heard a minute ago was the warning for the commercial break. We do take those at the top of each and every hour. They last for 3 minutes. There will be a timer to the left of my webcam when that's happening. It also indicates the amount of ads, the minutes worth of ads that are served up to you. I highly recommend you guys take a break during this. I do the same thing. I know we all hate ads. I don't like advertising that many ads, but it's the best of as many worlds as I can find. So here we are. Yeah, a break will just make that pass faster. You don't even have to think about advertisements at all during the break. That said, spend your time however you like. Once those 3 minutes are up, I will have returned to my desk. The ads should have stopped, and we can get right back to business. Mr. Jason says, oh, absolutely. It was sanitized a little bit in The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time 3D. Yeah, didn't they remove the blood? I believe they removed the blood. They kept Dead Hand, but I'm pretty sure they removed the blood. And cleaned up a couple of other things. This is not too dissimilar to the Baten Kaitos remaster, where in the Baten and specifically the Lost Wings and the Eternal Ocean, that remaster, there was a book that talked about marriage in a very unflattering way, unflattering to women, very specifically. And no, actually it was the sequel. I take that back. Actually, no, I remember this book being in the original, and then in the sequel it got a modification. But needless to say, the edit was to add a yikes at the end after reading, because the company was aware, Monolith Soft, the devs for Xenoblade Chronicles, are very aware of what kind of trouble that saying those things gets you now, as opposed to 15-20 years ago. Mr. Jason says in The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time 3D they removed the blood. In The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time remake, they'll probably remove Deadhead or make it more monstrous, turn it into a false Hydra. If you want to know more about false Hydras, Google that false Hydra D&D. See you guys after the break. Sorry about... Let's try that again. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Let's take a sec to just kind of check the chats. And after doing so, we are good to go. Hopefully we all had a wonderful commercial break. You know, I realized that, you know, no one likes seeing ads. So when I say this, I don't mean advertisements. I mean, I hope you found something good to do or productive to do during these 3 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Mr. Jason says, too scary for the new generation of children. Companies these days get to sanitize everything. I guess maybe if you're in like the UK or something. I don't know. We're at a weird crossroads. Maybe I won't, and I shouldn't comment on the UK because I'm sure it's not like that everywhere. I'll put it this way. We're in a weird crossroads in terms of like American media consumption. We're trying to protect kids, or like the companies go out of their way to say they're protecting kids, yet allow erotica on the internet. And I'm using that word very specifically. I want other people to follow along. We are using erotica on purpose. But I'm no one's boss, I suppose. So we want to protect them, but we're willing to put erotica on the internet, and are willing to put that type of content on YouTube Kids or other spaces for kids like Roblox. And people are expected to not bat an eye, or when people do rightfully bat an eye at that type of thing, they're met with, well, be a better parent, I guess, instead of taking responsibility for the system they created. On the other hand, well, we do have sanitization going on. Well, we have competing things happening. I won't say it's strictly sanitization. We have competing things, you know, competing with each other. We do have the crowd. Sorry, there was something in my mouth and I couldn't quite tell what it was. We have commercials like Frank's Red Hot Sauce that like just straight up cuss in the commercial and say, Frank's Red Hot Sauce, we put that on everything. Mr. Jason says, if you want good, clean fun, please check out this wonderful wet mop. He's streaming on the red, purple, and green apps. Mr. Jason says, you give me new appreciation for mops, good sir. You're welcome. Anytime. And trust me, my moderators are the brooms to my mop. They are quintessential for the function of the channel. Not only that, but you guys as well are all my various cleaning supplies. We keep things nice and clean, you know, here on the channel. I want to be extra careful about this. Yeah, I thought that would probably be what would happen. Yeah, these guys have like bog tons of health. Why are you trapping me here? Stop that. I gotta mine these two, 1 second. Mr. Jason says I might have to head off now. Good sir, maybe an hour or two. I'll keep the stream up though. Thank you for the lurk, Mr. Jason, as always. Your company's been greatly appreciated. You know, if you're heading out right this second, you know, I hope I'll see you again sooner rather than later. But if I don't see you again today, please do stay safe out there and take care of yourself. Okay, before I deal with... I guess we probably have enough FP for this, and then afterwards we should probably rest up and level up and then store the rest in hard runes. That's probably what's got to happen. Mr. Jason says, of course it could start an hour or two. Yeah, I'm trying to be prepared. In the meantime, we're going back to our previous topic of, like, I guess censorship, and like as it pertains to like the Ocarina of Time remake. I don't know. I'm going to be curious as to what they choose to censor in regard to that, because it would be very easy for them to not change much and just literally re-release the 3D port, just more 3D, make it like actually 3D and not, oh well, the DS gets 3D and we get polygons if we run anything else. Moon of Noxtella, isn't this the one that gives night attacks and maximizes memory slots? Yeah, I don't need that, but that is a good one to have. And then we will kind of like poke our noses around some more. I'm a little worried that if I take this elevator down, I'm going someplace. Oh, we literally just took a complete and utterly different pathway. Yeah, so I'm curious as to what they choose to do with that. Like, will modern Nintendo care to sanitize things like that, or are they going to try more or less to try to find some middle ground that might ultimately cater to neither? Like the edit of Dead Hand to like Ultra, or like a false Hydra, you know, something where like the Queen Gibdo, if we were to remap Queen Gibdo onto like existing Gibdos, she would look like a female mummy with like a crown and some like royal garb and stuff. She wouldn't be the insectoid monstrosity that we know of her today as. Which, to be honest, I quite like the Gibdo being reimagined as insectile aberrations that are not very much not alive, but they're not exactly dead either. I find that particular juxtaposition interesting. I could go on about this for hours. Just thinking about all the different ways in which I could think of that you could redo the more troubling parts of Ocarina of Time that didn't age real well. Like, again, the Gerudo having the depictions that they had back then, as well as like generally the relationship that was depicted between Link and his friend Saria, that wasn't really expanded on too well. There are tons of different things I could see.
Let us speak of the past a while. I was once an Empyrean of the demigods. Only I, Nicola, and Melania could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age, which is when I received Blythe, in the form of a vassal tailored for an Empyrean. But I would not acquiesce to the two fingers. I stole the rune of death, slew mine own Empyrean flesh, casting it away. I would not be controlled by that thing. The two fingers and I have been cursing each other ever since, and the baleful shadows are their assassins. I turned my back on the two fingers, and we have each been cursing the other since. The baleful shadows are their assassins. I turned my back. The baleful... I turned my back. The baleful...
Wow, did I completely... Thanks. Well, oh, hold up. Welcome on in, Grunge. Good to see you again. As always, I do hope you're well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Thanks for the assist on that. I was just talking about how we found out more about, you know, Ronnie's lineage, like who she was as an Empyrean. I was explaining that since we had just gone through and listened to the dialogue for that. And it's dialogue that I remember quite well. Because this was a quest line that I did quite a lot of times. Playing vanilla Elden Ring and the repeated playthroughs of Reforged that I have done both on and off camera. How was your weekend? I hope your weekend was well. I need to be ready for this one. Yeah, you thought you were escaping, huh? Grunge says I relaxed on the weekend and took a break from revision. Nice. Nice. I'm glad you got a chance to relax. My weekend was mostly a nondescript thing. The hangout with friends was not for a session, but it was a hangout. And among the things to come out of my weekend include, you know, not only the pajamas I'm wearing. Yes, I am properly clothed. Twitch, relax. I'm very thankful to my stepmother's friend for gifting these to me. I would not... I don't know if I like this more than the suit yet. But I'm kind of wearing the pajamas out and seeing what I do and don't like about them. But the bigger thing to come out of this was I took some time this weekend to write down and map out some of the concepts for the game I am looking to author. Like, you know, again, an idle incremental, which I don't, I do not know particularly how well that is going to turn out. I've been looking a little bit more at the prospects of publishing, or like the legal do's and don'ts of game dev, and I've also been learning a little bit more about what has been happening to developers in this space writ large, and I can't presently say that I like what I'm hearing. Where there is hope, but there is only hope because, you know, other indie companies are like doing something about it, and they're not waiting on their government. They're not waiting on governments to help them. That kind of thing. Grunge says, when I was in games, people told me it was a tough gig. Yeah, and this is, you know, not solo dev, right? I would likely be called, once I actually start the honest work of coding. Right now I am learning. I should not, I'm going to try not to refer to myself as one yet, because I've not done anything yet. But just solo dev is a whole kind of almost its own thing, other than like indie, like actual indie developers that are not solo dev. They have like a small team, and you know, larger AA, AAA development studios are all kind of facing the same thing, where the money required to produce games that people can buy is the budgets required to make them are staggeringly more difficult than the last, but also at the same time, people's discretionary spending is generally down, just due to all the real world stuff happening. That people are choosing between, you know, people are choosing between putting food on their table and gaming, and of course, what are you gonna pick? You're gonna pick putting food on your table. Most sane individuals just do that. Yeah, so I'm learning what the tough gig bit means, not only again for solo dev, but also for group dev. I also learned just how little game devs can actually generally make off of their work. So like if you're publishing on Steam, right, Steam takes like a 30% cut to host the game, and I hear that's pretty generous, all things considered, which is like fine, okay, not a huge deal. Steam takes basically 30% of every sale to host the game and maintain it and what have you, like the store page and everything. Then if you don't live in the US takes an 18% cut from every sale. It's a way to encourage people to, and this was well before you know, our current administration. This was just something the US was doing writ large, no matter what government was in charge. So you already lose up to 48% of every sale, and that's just individual taxes. 30% if you're like me and you're here in the States, and 48% just by itself if you're not in the States. Then you have whatever your individual taxes are. If you're a part of a game dev studio or something like that, then the game dev studio has to also take a cut. If you're working through an external publisher, the publisher takes a cut. And typically, If you're paid out for a game and there is profit to be made, when you're not counting sales and you're counting just like the raw number you get to make a game, you usually get that in installments. So if you're an Eric Barone and you make your game by yourself, you're going to be struggle bussing a while until the game does well, which Stardew Valley did incredibly well. People really liked the life sim. Cool, congratulations, but it took him a long time to make that game, and there were probably many sleepless nights with him being a solo dev or an indie dev with maybe only one or two other people that were responsible for like music and stuff. Mr. Jason says, I'm still here for the most part, good sir, but I will have to head out at short notice. If you ever do become a game developer and publish on Steam, good sir, if only there was a Discord server where you could promote your wonderful game. Yeah, there are two of them. One of them is my own, which if that happens, I will have to discover or think about the ethical implications of that. Otherwise, I know the TCC also has a space to do the exact same thing. But I'm probably going to have to do way more marketing than just Discords. I'm probably going to have to like invest in getting the word out in developing with like a prototype and stuff. That's going to be quite the experience. And again, all of this assumes that I don't stumble somewhere midway in the process. Grunge Monkey says, do I have more conceptual ideas for the game now? Probably not really is the correct answer. I've got currencies written down, because if you're going to make an idle game, right? Every idle game has currency, or like a core mechanic. So mine is, I'm stylizing mine off of casting spells, which is something that is done in quite a few idols. So I would have to make it different compared to just that. Where there's a resource, you start with the resource, you have to spend down the resource to cast spells to generate currency, and then you need to charge the currency back up before you can cast spells again, or to a certain threshold before you cast a spell again. Every time you generate currency, you will generate another currency that is used to unlock upgrades, which are bought using the first currency as well. And then there is a prestiging currency that is going to be based on how much of the first two currencies you have generated. Other than that, I only have like the basic story premise, which is that, the lore background is that you are an acolyte in a local druidic grove, and you have passed your harrowing, your trial, and you've been given the tiniest shred of attunement to anima, or the essence of life, and your job is to defend the earth, and to cherish it, nourish it, and maintain it through your attunement to for like life force in general. That's like what anima usually means, if you're going to use a word like that. Anima in most contexts means something akin to mana or life force. So I have like I wouldn't even call it the most basic of set dressings, right? It would be more apt to say I have like really threadbare parts of a concept, but I don't have like the finer details. I don't have, for example, the kinds of upgrades that would be purchased. You know, what spells are you buying? How much do they cost to buy? How much currency would each one generate. I've also got some formulas for how the currency is to be generated, because if you're going to make an idol, idols mean math, lots of math. Not like calculus level math, but you need to know how scalars work. You need to know how systems of equations work. You need to be able to math that out on pen and paper. I can at least do systems of equations. I know how scalars work. Let me just sit right here and let them walk forward. Let me also mind the snails that I see over there. Grunge says, since your education is in the technical science fields, I would think playing to your strengths and appealing to a similar audience would prove most fruitful, i.e. lots of systems building and experimentation, complex webs of things to play around with. Like for me, I have some ideas of a game I would like to make, and since I'm more trained in the arts and humanities, it would be very ideas and visuals rather than systems. There are going to be plenty of systems. There are going to be plenty of systems. It's definitely not. My intention is not to stick with the ideals, but you gotta have some story for why you're doing it. Gone are the days where you can make something like Cookie Clicker or something, or what's the one I'm thinking of? It's not Realm Grinder, but it's something. It's where Realm Grinder took its inspiration from. I'm forgetting the name of it, but is it Realm Heroes? It might be something like that. Gone are the days where you could make something like that in an incremental space and do even halfway well. Nice. I need to like watch out. You have to do something more. Most incremental these days are either mining something. There's one where you're literally absorbing planets, and you need to build ships and resources to do that. There are some where you're playing as a healer in an RPG, and you have to keep your group alive through selecting the right spells and synergies to do it. There's ones where you cook. They're all kinds of incremental games, and your ideas have to be a little bit more than just build a resource, do a thing. I'm not there yet. I am very much still in the initial planning stages. I don't even know what systems I really want yet. And I want an outline before I start doing anything. Because you don't want to make assets or build code. You don't want to do those things until you have a basis for where you're going. And I want to make sure I like the basis of where I'm going first. So to come back around, Grunge, and actually answer your question in a meaningful manner, I have like the initial steps towards something of a concept, but I do not necessarily have a concept if that is making any sense to you. It's way too early to call what I have conceptual or even an idea. When I'm over at my client job this weekend, where I watch their pets and clean their house, I'm gonna take that notebook I flashed on the screen earlier with me, and I'm gonna plan out some more, and hopefully by then I'll have like I will have something that borderlines into something more conceptual than what I just talked about. Grunge says you could probably find some inspiration looking into druidy things. There is a problem with that, and there are two problems with that. One is a real world problem, and that is how close do I want to get to real druid, right? So like real druids, if people paid attention to like the excerpts from Roman soldiers who cataloged their experiences with the druids of yore, many will rightfully point out that they were child sacrificers. Not all of them, but they did do that. It wasn't just the scary wicker men statues. No, there were actual beheadings. There were blood sacrifices. People were killed. It was kind of barbaric. So if I make it something akin to that, you know, that's not going to sell very well. That's going to spook people. And some will even say, well, wow, nice. You take a rain of fire and you're going to go perish now. So that's problem number one. How much of the real world do we want to involve in this? The other problem with that is that I could go too much in the other direction, where I could pull out very stereotypical druidy things, you know, like nature worship. Some druids participate in ancestor worship. That's a thing that is sometimes depicted. Some druids shapeshift, or quite frankly, some druidry is depicted as justified eco-terrorism. Like, I could go too far in that direction. Nice. So I love getting punctured by metal lancelets. So it's about finding a good balance, but I will probably look into some inspirations of that nature for individual upgrades or spells I maybe would be interested in having the player cast. It would have to be stylized to avoid the issues I'm talking about. Which your second statement right there is exactly correct. Mr. Jason says, at least one thing, good sir. 1 second. At least one thing, good sir. With the reveal of Spyro: A Realm Beyond, we can hope that the oh my god, Spyro for when posts stop. No. See, Mr. Jason, you have not walked into the Spyro meta yet. That meta has rightfully been for a long time Cinder when, and not just mod of Cinder in a game using Spyro's model. Souls Midnight did a playthrough of like the reignited trilogy. I think he's still in the process of doing it. I gotta like mind this chick, because she has zero qualms about reaching through that wall to get me. There we go. I promise this is going somewhere we're not just wandering about for no purpose. But yeah, the meta is very much Cinder when, you know, beautiful black dragon partner when. Also, is she going to be anatomically correct, or is she going to be humanized or anthropomorphized in some way? But yeah, I'm looking forward to A Realm Beyond. I will have to look at a lot more of the art. That came out way too quick. Mr. Jason says, sometimes when I say Mr. Coin stream, when? And then I think, wouldn't it be wonderful for those streams to be on every day that ends in Y? Oh, I used to want to stream every day. I'm not gonna lie. I did used to want to do that, but to be honest, I'm very happy that I take weekends off. I could not do this every day of the week. I have a huge amount of respect for streamers that do have to do this every day. And it's not that I don't enjoy it, right? That's kind of another thing. It's not even that I don't enjoy it. It's that I need recharge time to go spend with friends. And with doing the new stuff that I'm doing, I simply just would not have the time for it if, you know, I was streaming each day of the week. I at least get 2 free days where I can focus on production to say nothing of what I might have to do later. Because I know there's a... How? I gotta be careful here and like really manage expectations. I gotta wait for this thing to like jump down. I heard something and I don't know what that is. Oh my god. It really does not take long for these things to just kind of have a surprise projectile ready for you. Oh, what's the matter? You're not coming up here now, Mr. Silvertier? Watch. I'm gonna look at chat for a second, and this thing was gonna move up, and I'm gonna have issues with them. Going back to Grunge's earlier statement, yeah, I already I kind of figured it needed to be stylized, just to avoid some other things I had not mentioned, including but not limited to other games, other idle games in this space that also use druids. Realm Grinder is a good example of this. It's an idol I used to play huge amounts of growing up. I even spent real world money on it. I was that much of a I was that much of something special, I'll say that. And it had like the stone circles, it had the forests, it had the shape shifting, it had it had all kinds of stuff. It had lots of little different iconic motifs. And I want to try to avoid stepping on those toes as well. Mr. Jason says, true, good sir. The Spyro community has already moved on to, oh my god, Spyro 5 when? Really? Man, a Realm Beyond isn't even a corpse yet. I figured that's probably a joke though. There's no way people are already thinking about 5 when there's 4. That's ludicrous. Mr. Jason says, I don't think Mr. Jason will have any money next year, good sir. Pokemon wins, Pokemon waves, Spyro, Realm Beyond. More questions. What about Castlevania, good sir? Are you a Castlevania person? They're not like an exclusive Nintendo franchise or anything, but a lot of the Castlevanias, you know, were purchasable on Nintendo console. A lot of the DS ones come to mind. Aria of Sorrow, Dawn of Sorrow, Portrait of Ruin, Order of Ecclesia, and so on. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason isn't a Castlevania person? Oh, you've got to try him then. In particular, Aria of Sorrow is a really good one to try. Or, you know, Dawn of Sorrow if you want the more anime art style, just kind of depends. But Castlevania has some amazing art and music direction into it, and they composers for the Castlevania titles really knew what they were doing with that. Grunge says Bolshak likes Castlevania. I'm also an avid Castlevania fan. I even have the much hated by a large section of the community Lords of Shadow games. Not all of them. I don't have Mirror Fate, but I have 1 and 2, and I liked both of them. I liked 1 more than I liked 2, but I like both. Mr. Jason says, but every day Mr. Jason hopes and prays for a wonderful Adventures of Alundra remake. With any luck, that'll happen in the next couple of years, good sir. Grunge says I like vampire media. I should play them. Oh, like the Castlevania anime? I know there's an anime because my mom watches the ever-living heck out of it and enjoys it. Huge anime fan. She was not like that when I was growing up, but since my mom and sibling live together, that's a lot of what they spend their time together. Yeah, like in general, movies, shows, games. Yeah, then you know, the Castlevania anime might be interesting on its own merits, but definitely the games. You will probably like. If you don't mind earlier Clunk, then the classic Castlevanias might be your jam. I'm thinking of like 1 or Super Castlevania 3 or 4, that kind of thing. Classic Castlevania was kind of its own style. A lot of the modern DS era Castlevanias were, when they were on the handhelds, they were Metroidvanias. When they moved to 3D, they became God of War type games. This shows especially well in Lords of Shadow 1, which was a huge reason why I liked it, because I liked the God of War trilogy for the exact same reasons. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason knows that the Legend of Zelda anime, good sir. Well, excuse me, princess. Well, actually, did you know that was called a cartoon? That's in fact not an anime. That is a cartoon. This is what people have to say to me after making such an absolutely god-awful representation of the actually meme.
Disappear, you ungodly cur. Disappear, you ungodly cur.
Something like that. Welcome on in, Angie Philosopher. Welcome back. Good to see you again, good sir. I hope you're doing well in body and mind. You know, and that your life has been going smoothly for you since last we spoke. I hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah, it has been quite some time. Since then I've made some pretty nice progress. I've got a good old stream deck, which I've been using with incredible effect. I can even do things like access other apps while I'm also streaming. And I got the Temu version. I paid $60 for this, and it still works a bit. I can do stuff like this or that and so on. Or the most common thing is the soundboard spam that you heard like 2 seconds ago. But yeah, how have things been with you? Mr. Jason says, hi, Mr. Angie Philosopher. I actually, you did in fact ask about them. Yeah, mostly to say, you know, they've been gone a while. And I'm like, well, it's what happens when you have a month of physical health related problems followed by a psychotic break for a month, which is what happened to me. I have engaged in a lot of new ventures, or tried to start some new ventures since then. Thank you, Philosopher says, oh, I've been good. Just had a lot of stuff to do. Understandable, good sir. We all have things to do in this timeline, I'm afraid. Boy, don't I know it. Yeah, I'm doing much better. Thank you for asking. Among some things that you're coming back to include me working on I guess it would be a bill petition. It's nice to see that community members, are acknowledging each other. That's always good. I can rest easy knowing that even if I perish and fall somehow, you guys will find each other and chat with one another. That's always, fire in the belly warming to hear or see. I've been working on a bill, like a bill's petition for, the United States government. That's like the more serious thing. The other thing I've been working on in my spare time, since like a week ago, is writing or mapping out a incremental idle game that I'm going to try to make. I'm going to try an earnest hand at the game development process and see where I end up. I hope I'm successful. I'm going to be doing everything I can to be successful, but you got to prepare for failure in this business. Mr. Jason says, don't perish and fall, Mr. Coin, good sir. You never know what life is gonna, bring to you, is all I'm gonna say. You're doing something for 10 or 15 years, and then all of a sudden you change tack. People thought MatPat was gonna be doing game theory stuff forever. And then after a decade, he left, doing occasional collabs, but otherwise kind of doing his own thing and raising his family. You'd think people thought PewDiePie was going to be forever, and he wasn't. He was in this space for well over 10 or 12 years, and then went on to do his own thing. Who else? People thought that Moist Critical was going to be his usual self from 2014, 2016 onward. And then he became one of the bigger individuals to exist in the internet space in like the 2020s. I could go on and on about this, but you never know where life is going to take you. One minute you could be acting, and the next minute you get your legs run over by a snowplow, and you're lucky if you make it to the hospital. I'm talking about Jeremy Renner, the actor behind Hawkeye in, is it Reiner? I'm trying to remember the exact pronunciation, but I know his likeness. I know who he is. He is a well-storied, well-practiced actor. He knows his stuff. You never know what life is going to offer you. Mr. Jason says, who else would I glaze if you did? I mean, yeah, Team Kernifer and like Angie Philosopher and company could glaze them. They're responsible for the wonderful, wonderful mod that I am looking to challenge run. They're responsible for that. You could always, apply more of that glaze to Mr. Suremu or to Carly or anyone else. If I were to have perished or disappeared. Sorry, I'm like I'm doing the Stormwind shuffle, the Skyrim shuffle. Let's not do that. The heights of the city beckon. Seek the path through the upper chair crypt. Yeah, fun fact, you could skip like the upper chair entirely by just riding through the river area. Which is totally fine. But I think the health of the game is vastly improved by having less things be skippable. Mr. Jason says in the TCC you were president in my channel. In your channel on the CGO, Chief Glazing Officer. Ah, I see. I didn't know companies specifically had one of those roles. I guess now we know. I guess you and I are running a donut company, Mr. Jason. I think that's what I'm hearing. We're running a donut company. Are we gonna call it Krispy Kreme Jr.? You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Welcome to CoinStance. Have you been enjoying the live and or long-form content? How about the community? If you have, consider becoming an inductee of my hallowed halls. Do this by following my Twitch or my Kick channels, or by subscribing to my YouTube channel. These are free and easy methods of helping me out, and I'm very thankful to anyone who chooses to do those things. They only take but a few moments. Please also join my Discord server, because that's where most of your perks are banked right in. There's plenty of conversation for everyone. Don't miss out by skipping out on the server. If you want to become a senator instead amidst our hallowed halls, do that by subscribing on Twitch or Kick, or by purchasing a membership option on Patreon, Coffee, or YouTube itself when it becomes available. If you're not sure where the finger-tingling bargains are, just ask me and I will tell you where you can find the best deals. No matter which platform we're talking about. You'd make this man's heart leap out from its Faraday cage if you checked those options out. But otherwise, you guys being here is enough for me. Thanks again for listening to that stuffy sales pitch. But now, let's return to the quality content. Thank you guys for putting up with that. I hope everyone enjoyed that new advert that I had finished only but recently. That new shill is going to be happening twice an hour instead of having like a major shill once in the stream and then a minor shill twice in the stream. I've cut it down and have compressed the minor major shills into one combined shill for everything. That said, all of this prefaces the commercial break that we will be taking in about 3 minutes. When that time comes, there will be a timer to the left of my webcam that will read for 3 minutes. That's not only how long the break is, but also how many minutes of advertisements will be served up to you. If you're not running an ad blocker, which I highly recommend it, and it's really telling what the US government says that you're supposed to use an ad blocker to surf the internet. But I digress. If you're not using an ad blocker for any particular reason, I highly do recommend that you guys get up and take a stretch break for yourselves during that time. I structure these breaks so that we're all kind of collectively taking a break at the same time. Because doing that means that no one is sitting through the advertisements, because ads suck. Who wants to see those? That said, spend your time however you like. I'm no one's boss. Once that timer reaches 0, the ads should have stopped. I should have returned to my desk, and we'll pick right back up where we left off and all that fun jazz. Mr. Jason says, or the CCGO, Chief Coin Glazing Officer. Still, you and I are running a donut company. We're doing that. I don't know if we're in the business of making donuts. Angie Philosopher says that part is a bit quiet, by the way. Just the whole advertisement or a specific part of the advert was quiet. I should say I did prop the advert part. Okay. Just like the whole thing. Gotcha. I'll see what I can do about that. The advert was recorded over a phone. My sibling and friends helped me with it. They helped me to find places to like pin script and everything while I actually like did the editing and stuff. So I'm extremely grateful to them. So the phone audio was not the best, and that is definitely something I'm going to have to tweak. I don't know if it's remove the limiter on the thing. I don't know if it's to pump up the individual video volume, but I'll figure out something for that. Thank you for telling me. Because now I know it's something I can work on. It may also be how all of the audio is being put together on the same track. I'll really have to just fiddle with it and figure it out. Yay, more audio engineering. I love audio engineering. Have I mentioned the part where I secretly don't love audio engineering? I digress. I'm joking. Yeah, thank you for that bit of feedback. It's very useful. Promise. Please tell me this. Does this have a chest in it? No, there's absolutely nothing there. I think we're good to go over to the chair crypt and wait for the break. That should definitely not be... What the heck? Yeah, I'm not sure what that was. See you guys after the break. I am back. Sorry about that, everybody. Hopefully we all had a wonderful commercial break, i.e. we all found lovely things to do. I apologize for the late airing. I am not sure what the heck Firebot was doing. The script was active and everything. I just think Firebot didn't know what to do with the organization or anything of that sort, which means I'm gonna have to figure out. Oh, I think I know why. Hold on. I think I can probably handle this right here. So got the timers. Nope, that should be. Yeah, those timers are showing. That's not really it. And that means it's here under the scheduled effects. And that's probably here. Yeah, but that's just the straight up intermission. I'm gonna have to eyeball that now. I don't like that. Said, let's keep moving, shall we? You know, no time quite like yesterday to get moving. Thank goodness we are done with that lower section, or I should say both the upper cheer crypt and that first section. So now we're good to go on. We're good to go towards this like second half of the lower section, and we can start making our way over to what presumably will be like this waterfall area slash path to the deep root not deep root, to the Lake of Rot, as that's kind of where we're going, where we're getting really close to the Lake of Rot. Angie Philosopher says, playing with rot. Yep, playing with rot, and that's not going to be very fun. I tell you what, that is going to be hell, absolute hell. Place even kind of looks like it's meant to mirror it in its own kind of devilishly twisted way. Good. That's 2 in 1 sitting. Just gotta eyeball our surroundings here. Like I said earlier in the stream, I'll just kind of reiterate it again. My goal today is to at least try to get to the ulcerated tree spirit. I already got that particular rune piece. I'm not sure what I'm doing. Yeah, try to get to the ulcerated tree spirit and the Lake of Rot. If I can make it to like Estelle, natural born of the void, and start maybe wiping face, sure, I'll do that. That would be fantastic. But I'm not relying on that, just because Nox Stella is kind of a whole journey in and of itself. 1 and 2, there are lots of little nooks and crannies between Nox Stella and Estelle that have rune pieces in them that absolutely need to be found. Before we want to have many rune pieces before trying to challenge Rykard. Mr. Jason says someone has predicted on Reddit the Ocarina of Time remake for tomorrow's Nintendo Direct. Good sir. Koro Karina of Time. Wait, what? Hold on. Ocarina of Time to be announced in the Nintendo Direct. Yahaha! The long-awaited content for the Temple of Light, missing from previous releases of Ocarina of Time, will appear in the newly rebranded Core Ocarina of Time, where you must now discover the locations of 5,000 hidden Koroks in order to access the Temple of Light in the previous game. Or to proceed in the game. This is going to be way better than anything that has been previously speculated. It justifies the long wait and huge budget allocated to the game. Yeah, no thank you. If it's 5,000 Koroks, goodbye. Nope, never to be seen again. Angie Philosopher says, right, you got the spell from the breakable statue back here? No, and I'm not quite sure how to get it. Not gonna lie. I feel like the answer is to lure a Nox monk over. Ball. Oh, I might have killed those. Maybe there's a way to lure that one all the way. I'll give it a right ol' try. I assume it has to be one of the early ones. Welcome on in, Mr. Vixwill09. The gameplay is next level. Let's run some matches. I apologize, Mr. Victor Will, but I do not. There really isn't much of a reason to solicit random Discord usernames. Number one, and number two, this is not a multiplayer game. Granted, it has a multiplayer server, but it does not have a. I am not playing on the multiplayer server. That is for those that are not running a challenge run, like myself. Granted, I get very close to where, PvP is kind of okay. There still probably isn't, there isn't much reason to do it. Even the, invasion coins, right? Even these, there probably isn't something tied to too many of these things. I don't know. I still need to find out more about these coins, actually, but that can happen later. Still, that said, definitely there are no random matches of any kind to be had there. My apologies in advance. Mr. Jason says, wouldn't you like Ocarina of Time? Good sir, I think I'll take a pass. It wouldn't matter if it has to do with the main character. No thanks. Not 5,000 Koroks. Angie Philosopher says you should start out online at least once to get your Pride Month Rainbow Stone, though. Oh, is that like an online exclusive? Angie Philosopher? I haven't interfaced with online, so forgive me if that's something everyone should kind of already know. Yeah, nice try, Nox Swordstress. I think not, though. And thank you for the ban, Mr. Jason. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that person was likely, quite problematic. Just, people don't usually offer their Discord names full rip. Angie Philosopher says, first time that your character joins the online server, the server gives it a rainbow stone. I guess I will have to find out what that is. In a short space of time. I don't know how the hitless community would feel about that. Mr. Jason says I banned them, but they were right about the wonderful gameplay. It's just a rainbow stone for Pride Month. Oh, okay, yeah. I see what you're saying. You don't mean a different stone. You just mean one of these for, okay, yep. That took me entirely too long to get. Actually, I think it even has to be the one up there. That's the only thing that would make sense to me. The giant silver tier that I have to lure there, probably. But yeah, maybe after break I will quickly get that set up. You know, at least once. Now, something I do know about online is that if you're rune arced, you do run the risk of being invaded. So I'm gonna be on for like the briefest, and I do mean the briefest of moments to get the rainbow stone, but I will probably not be staying online very long. But thank you for mentioning that, Angie Philosopher. Much appreciated. Seasonals are nice. Seasonals are always nice. More games should have them. That said, seasonals do kind of run counter to stop killing games. It's kind of weird. I guess it's a non-issue if you offer the seasonal in some non-time sensitive way later. I'm in a very strange place. I get, you know, I was a World of Warcraft raider. I just kind of grew up with seasonal stuff. I just kind of assumed that's how games operated. Even if I now know better, of course. I'm just thinking about all the like limited run mounts that could now be made available in that game. Oh, that was a stupid sound my mouth just made. You gonna come back this way or what? I'm really having to like focus 1 second. Is that... There's no shot that this fits through there. There is zero chance that this fits through here, right? How are you meant to do that then? Is there a different giant silver tier that I'm thinking of? Yeah, I'm realizing that, like, there's a different giant silver tier that you're referring to. I guess I will very quickly like reset and try to think of a different spot where a silver tier might even be. I think I may have killed the one that is being referred to. It would be nice if I could mount through here, but I digress. You can't have the place be an actual bona fide area to explore and have your mount running through it, I'm afraid. Angie Philosopher says, was the correct one, I think. You shouldn't be able to lock yourself out of it. Well, I wouldn't particularly know how to... Just the way you tried to lure it was wrong. Decknabbit. Ah, of course. Okay. Well, if the way I did it was wrong, then... Where else could it... That is certainly an interesting puzzle, but this is technically all content. I will explore some possibilities and see what they yield. Nice. Wonderful. Wonderful. I was really priding myself on not having taken a death there. Yuck. Okay, that I probably just need to handle that enemy by not being passive. I probably need to be aggressive. You know, be aggressive. Something like that. The best way to do that is to restrict how they move. Yeah, spend FP. Okay, right one, wrong possibility. So then the correct answer... No, I don't know enough. I shouldn't even be positing that right here. I should pay attention. So let me scroll back here. Korok Arena. That's probably not what the Nintendo Direct is going to be about, if I'm being quite honest. That seems like a Mr. Jason special right there. I think Mr. Jason would really like if the remake were called Korok Arena of Time. You might be one of the only ones to probably like to like it if the information panned out that way. I personally just can't see it. How? That came out so fast. It's fine. Gotta mind my backside here. Because I for sure would prefer if the remake were not Korok Arena of Time and instead something else. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'll be looking forward to the Nintendo Direct then. I hope something good comes out of it. You know, for consumers. I hope the company has learned their lesson and has, in fact, not tried to do this thing where, you know what, that is a disaster waiting to happen. That is a super disaster waiting to happen. We should, yeah, I was about to say, we should definitely not do that. Also gotta mind. Okay, so heck nabbit. I gotta like move quick. How? Oh, yep, that's exact. Yep, I don't have time to piddle around and do stupid. I don't. I really don't. I gotta be smarter about combat. But that if I'm doing this right, that is the enemy I expect to die to, is the giant silver tier, because not that the giant silver tier will kill me, although it rolling over me is an instant, like, one-hit KO. The real issue is that it complicates other fights that may or may not have been such a problem before. I think my issue was I just didn't go. I didn't move. I didn't act quick. So of course, I got surrounded in a manner I should have been more prepared for. Nice. Ow. I really should just be less greedy. I'm running into issues where I'm not aggressive enough and I'm being too greedy. Yep, back it up. Back it up. Don't even take that risk. Ingy Philosopher says, have to go for a bit, so good luck finding the path. No worries. Thank you for spending any length of time here, Ingy Philosopher, as always. You know, please do stay safe. Take care of yourself. I do hope I see you in the future, good sir. But if I don't see you again, for whatever reason, you know, stay safe out there. World's a really dangerous place these days, perhaps now more than ever, thanks to some recent events I am not too enthused to have heard about. There we go. Look, if the game is going to make me kill everything, I want my loot, gosh darn it. Okay, so we have to wait for this silver tier to come down. And then I think our drop-off point's like there. I need to look for a place where the railing is either destructible or is like missing. All right, and I gotta mind this. Okay, I don't think this is it. Nope. I don't think it's fitting through there. Back up, you clod. That's clearly, yeah, that's clearly not it. Yep, that was never gonna work. That was never gonna work. All right. It's gotta be some stupid convoluted path. Is there a way I can preserve this? No, there's not. All right, let's go find where this path is, and then I'll know what to do moving forward. It's probably going to be something obscured by, like, I don't know, say a statue or something. Or are you freaking serious? There is no way in hell that the answer Here's what I'm thinking the answer is. Are you ready? I want no one to confirm this. I am thinking the answer is we gotta kite the thing all the way up here. Gotta kite the thing all the way up here. Then we have to kite it all the way down. Well, really, you should just be able to do this. Hold on now. You shouldn't even need that one. Like, why would Kernifer want you to kite that one? It should just be this. Come on. Okay, so it's not even that. It's not even that. It's not even that. What are you talking about? There's no way to kite that into the thing. There isn't. There's no shot. That is what that means. Sorry, I'm thinking about this. Oh, everything was going so well, and then I just had to open my mouth and find something to investigate. Just something new. That's really gross. That's gross of me. It's not gross of anyone else. But I'm not really sure how you would answer this. This is probably something I need to like look at during break. We're at 122k, so it's 15k, right? That's 30,000. And this wants. So if I use 2 more of those, that'll get me a level up. I'll probably go until I hit 1100 stamina, and then I will stop after that, because if I need more then the answer is probably stamina regen more than anything else. Okay. So if I think about this, it can't be. We also kind of have to start by killing this enemy, because we don't want to bump into it while we're attempting to kite. We don't want to do that. We definitely don't want to do that. We also don't probably want to bump into this one either, because we're gonna have to kite like hell once we're done there. Gotcha. Okay, so the answer has to be... Is there an illusory wall I'm not thinking of? That's kind of what I'm thinking of, is that there could be... There could be like an illusory wall that contains a space for like a silver tier. That'd be about one of the only things I could think of. In which case it's literally bump into them, bump into it and find the correct one. I could also look it up. We've got some time to play with, I think. I was about to say, yep, that was just never gonna work. How? That's awful. Yeah, just spend the FP, dude. Come on. Don't be stupid. Or you could literally just run around the enemy and then you don't even have to worry about that anyway, because that would actually be smart, and Coin is not the smartest, brightest crayon in the box. I'd like to think I'm brighter than some, but definitely not the brightest in the entire whole wide world. This would be like, no. It'd have to be something like this, though, where there's an opening to the bottom. Oh, also there was just a whole straight up bridge I didn't even bother to visit. Like at all. And methinks maybe our answer even could be there at that precise, like, bridge. I guess let's find out. It's the one spot I haven't really crossed. I doubt it, though. I sort of doubt it's this precise action. Nice. Okay, so this isn't really it either. Yeah, this feels like illusory wall shenanigans, or I'll roll into something and surprise, secret thing here. I will look it up though if we go past another 20 minutes to find this. I will absolutely look it up and not waste our time on something like this. I have brighter things to be doing than this. I'm almost positive the breakable statue is ERR edition as well. I don't remember a breakable statue being present in vanilla. I don't. My apologies, guys. I've kind of been tired all day. Huh. Yeah, I have to be really careful about this. It has to be like up here, but not through those double doors. It's got to be a pathway in this general direction. That's like the only thing that makes sense to me. Is it this? There's zero shot it is this rune. Yeah, it really can't be this. Oh, maybe. Yeah, it's not. It's something else. Actually, what else could this even be? It's not back there. Almost guarantee that. I'm safe. I am safe here while this is ongoing. I almost guarantee this is not what we're talking about here. Yeah, no, there's no shot. There's no shot at all. That's what this is. It's gotta be something simpler. I'm stumped. I can't think of what this might be. All right, I'm gonna look it up because I don't think there's a shot in hell of figuring it out. I'm not finding anything there. At least none on the Discord that I can see. I can't tell whether I should have thought simple stupid or you know, I should have thought, oh yeah, why would, yeah, of course, why, of course it would be simple. Come on, roll this way. The only thing I could think of I know about what to do now. I know about what to do. There's a spell called Silver to Mint. And the way you get it is you need to lure the giant silver tier up there through a bit of breakable railing. Now, my problem is I do not know where the breakable railing is. I bet I can probably use a telescope and figure out where the railing is not rendering properly. I gotta know, maybe right there. but that could just be a rendering issue. So, again, I took death to something I didn't need to do. Well, it's not that I didn't need to do it. It's all content. I have to do it, but... Nice. Thankfully, I don't lose too many runes on the regular for having done this. But still, it's like, come on. Yes, I need to figure out where the breakable rail is. What I don't know is you know, will it make a different sound? Am I allowed to know that piece of information, or am I gonna just have to look up a video of someone else having done that before? I have no genuine idea. Guide them through that open patch of flame there. Okay, so it's... Trying to think of where that railing might even be. Maybe it's like down the stairs? That would be like a logical place to put it, is like down the stairs. But then outside of that, I don't really know how else you would find the breakable railing. This definitely feels like I need to watch a YouTube video for that. That's not really what's happening. Yeah, no, absolutely not. Let's see if there's a breakable railing somewhere else. I'm gonna have to kill this particular one and like try to find it up here. Okay, I'm gonna hope that well, I'm not gonna hope. I'm gonna try to find this railing where I think it's broken at. No, it can't. It actually can't be a railing over here. It can't be. It has to be a railing on, in particular, it has to be over on
You hear that off in the distance?
the side we're on right now.
Inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the game.
Sorry,
Thanks.
was yawning and blowing breath at the same time. Thank you guys so incredibly much for hanging out with me up to this point. You guys have been greatly appreciated. We do take commercial breaks at the top of each and every hour. Those commercial breaks last 3 minutes long. That's the amount of ads we're playing and how long the break is. I highly encourage everyone to take a break during this hour. It's the best way to make the time pass. No one likes looking at stinky ads, but it is what it is. I will also be taking a break at the exact same time. So, you know, it's just highly encouraged to take a break together. I try to structure these so that people don't feel like they're missing out on anything. All things considered. That said, don't let me be the arbiter of your time. Spend it however you want. Once the commercial break is over. Yeah, okay, I see what's going on. Yeah, we have to come over here. All right, I know what I need to do. I just need to do it better. Which I believe I will be able to, given the time. But yeah, when that time is up, the ads should have finished. I will have returned to my seat, and we can pick right back up where we left off. Should be fun. Looking forward to it. I want to like kind of mind the. So we do need to kill the. Unfortunately, there's just some method of killing we're gonna have to engage in each and every time we want to do this. That's like the super stinky part. If you harass them up close, though, that's going to be way better than trying to deal with them far away. Dealing with Nox sword mistresses when you do not have a wide sweeping attack is just kind of bad. Even back in the day when I was using Glintstone Arc to deal with these as a fledgling sorcerer, let me tell you how rough of a ride that was. You had no idea as to whether or not any of what you're doing was even remotely effective. You're kind of stuck. Just hoping that the Nox sword mistress, nice, was kind of not paying attention to where she was dodging, and thus getting herself into lots of trouble. And yeah, I see you over there. Just kite them into this. I'm going to trust that there are no ads coming. I'm gonna put myself right here, and we're gonna come back after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Got a little bit carried away in conversation. My fault entirely. I trust everyone had a good commercial break. Let's finish this and get this gnarly little spell, shall we? I know exactly where I'm going now. So it's just a matter of, you know, executing, making good on my ability to execute the plan. So we really shouldn't need to do much here. We kind of just wait for this to like need to like do something like this, and then I make a quick dodge to the left, and then while that's going on, swap spells and get ready for a fight. Yeah, I know that's coming. Nope, I'm dead. Never mind, not dead. Somehow. I'm willing to bet they're not going to come up because the little thing is like blocking their way. I'm willing to bet that's exactly what's happening. I have to go all the way around, deal with that slime. Deal with that silver tier, masked silver tier enemy, and then do it again. But we have the thing now. It's clobbering time. Yeah, the thing. Sorry, that's a little bit too avant-garde. Plus, I can't do gruff rock band voice anyway, so. Yep, see, there we go. Just gotta mind the silver tier. This thing is sentient, and it definitely wants to kill you. Hold on. I gotta like try to do this in a weird manner. Why? I'm literally up here. This is where the break in the railing is. come on. Do I literally have to, like, lure? I don't know how else I would lure it. I don't have a spell that reaches that far. If I had a horse, that would be hell of a lot easier, but I don't get that. That's the break in the railing, right? I'm not, like, stupid. I gotta check for the spell's name, Silver Attunement, and just see if someone's made a video of the obtaining method. I know what to do now. It's just... Gotta, like, drop down. Okay, I think we got it to drop down, so now we need to, like... Is that gonna fit through the gap? It feels like it might fit through that gap. Yeah, it's like really close. Oh, okay. It is fitting through the gap now. Come on. You had like a straight shot. That's fine. We're gonna have to deal with him separately anyway. Nice. And I'm worried about the monk over that in that general direction. Okay. This feels like a fight over here. Come on, you can fit through that. I was about to say. How? I don't know, but I'll take it. 3 deaths in. Yucky. We also have this back here with the snake snails right there. And we think there might be a rune piece back there. Although I'm not 100% sure. No. I actually think we're good here. We can go to that second section now. Yeah, we were already back here. All right. So for now, we're just gonna craft some more hard runes. We're gonna try to get through this without too many more deaths. Now I at least know what to do. What I don't remember off the top of my head is whether or not the I gotta see if there's a 200. There is, and it's not even gonna be enough. I have to just keep making hard runes from what we already have. Yeah, what I won't remember is whether or not that railing or that gap in the railing is broken, or if I have to like move quick and lure the thing there. That is what I do not know for sure. All right, let's try nice, beautiful. Love that for me. Nope. Nice. Okay, so now we're in that second area, like just properly. We just actually lure enemies back here. Okay. Perfect. Just wait until we reach the later section with the actual baleful shadow in it. You guys will either find that battle to be most interesting, or you will find it to be a gigantic waste of your time as viewers, and you're wondering why the heck am I watching drivel? Oh my god. Ma'am, you think about maybe ever not hitting people with your whip? That usually tends... You did not mean to do that. you make more friends with, you know, fungal mushrooms than you do anything else. You know, speaking to the ants that are in their employ, of course. So this elevator here takes us down to this lower level, which is where the entrance to the Lake of Rot is. We're not quite ready for that yet. We got a couple of rune pieces I would very much like to get first. I saw one near where those ants were. Oh, our spirit ashes are going to be eaten good with these upgrades. There we go. I do hope everyone has been enjoying the restructuring of the Discord server. Be a little bit more, to be a little more straightforward. I'm still getting used to it. I was used to having a theme. I was used to having it be a little bit less servile compared to the functions of the server, but I'm getting used to it. I've been part of other Discord servers where the theme is just not too particularly strong, which is totally fine. I don't think it doesn't much matter to me one way or the other. There we go. Got him. Yeah, it doesn't much matter to me whether I'm dealing in, you know, themed Discord servers with themed channels that impose themselves over the basic channel function or other stuff. I have a taste for theming, but it isn't so great that I can't make do or I can't learn to love the basics. Truly. Speaking of basics, let's take the basic maneuver and head down. I definitely feel like we can probably level up off of the stuff. We are the number of hard runes we're carrying. I definitely feel like we could do that. There's also this bit of dialogue here. After talking to the doll again.
Even when I turned my back on the two fingers, Blythe remained my loyal ally. Though he was created a vassal for Imperium, he was a colossal failure on the part of the two fingers, Blythe and E.G. both. Art willing to give too much to me, yet they both understand what lieth beyond the dark path, that I must betray everything and rid the should I add thee to the list? Another one. Kind of heart. As kind of heart as they. This form hath loosened my tongue. I've let slip too much. Forget what thou'st heard. Forget. I've let slip, forget what thou...
I don't know, I enjoyed you being free, Mistress Ronnie. I digress. We're gonna grab a few items, just a few, and then we're going to upgrade our spirit ashes, because we need to do that for the purposes of the upcoming battle. I definitely do not want I do not want to be riding into this battle under-equipped and underprepared. The Baleful Shadow asks a lot of the people that it fights. I remember dying 10 times during my first routing of this challenge run previously. I do remember spending that much time on it and just kind of having a right old struggle bus with it. Okay, now that we're at the waterfall basin, let's head back over here to the table and level up, turn in some stuff, upgrade, go from there. We don't have any covetous runes yet, so, or covetous binding runes, so we're kind of stuck in a holding pattern. Maybe I could get the binding rune, the grafted runes of stamina, and then just lose the extra stamina later? I don't know. Okay, so first, let's talk to you. Yes, I would like to first upgrade... Ooh, am I giving up on Mimic tier? I don't know. Mimic tier is in an interesting spot for me. Oh, that is because it has already gone up to a +7, so no, I have not given up on it. But I do have to pick. So all of these can be an easy +6. And then I think, oh, we have 3. Kristoff, Lutel. Yeah, let's keep that up. And then for the other ones, got 2. And are we actually just full straight up done with the demi-humans? Is that something I'm handling here? I don't have to be done with them technically. Yeah, I don't have to be done with that. I just need to be done with other stuff. Ancestral follower, spirit ashes. Yeah, there's the Crystallian. Crystallian is like excellent fodder, but I think we're good here.
Well, I took you've no man to lay out your arms then.
Yeah, we're going to sell stuff and see where all of our runes fit. We'll figure what we need to craft from then on. We're getting at least 2 levels. I'll say that. Probably maybe even 3 levels if I, you know, get rid of stuff I don't need. Like everything I don't need. Just look at all these things that we aren't allowed to use in the run anyway. All these things that we're not allowed to use in the run anyway. Upgrade. We're going to sell that. Great. Fantastic. Don't need the vacuum slice. Form a salute and grant the armament holy essence. Affinities and skills to an armament. Oh, you don't need either of these. Okay. Don't need those. Don't need this, the shield crash. And then don't need any of these. Yeah, we're going to be doing some equipment selling for sure. Yeah, as cool as these things are to have in inventory, we do not need them. Ooh, this one has an ash on it. We don't want to sell that yet. Don't need those. Don't need the great stars. Don't need a lot of these things. Okay, so the Ash of War, we're going to strip that out and sell the art and the thing, because that kind of gets absorbed into the Nagakiba, and you're selling 2 things at no cost if you do that. Don't need the Princess Death's staff. In fact, we don't need anything but Azur's glintstone staff here. Okay. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Sell all these. Golden Vow boosts guarding ability. Nice. Death sorceries. Nope, don't need that. Now I can sell this. We don't need this at all. Just double checking and making sure not selling stuff that could actually have a useful effect on it. But I don't think that is the case. Make this 3 levels. We're actually getting 3 levels out of this. Don't know what out of these to get rid of yet, so they're gonna leave that be. No lost ashes. Okay. Nothing to do but level up, I guess. I believe we have enough for 3 level ups. Which is not something I've had in a long time. What do I want now? To be quite honest, I do not know if we need more faith. So hold on a sec. There are probably some spells that maybe are worth getting, and my faith is not quite high enough to use them. Let's see. Faith not high enough. And this would be out of like the incants we have now. And then for support incants. Thank you, Philosopher says I'm back. Did you succeed? Yes, I did. It took me a lot of thumbing around to get to it, but yes, I did pick up the Silver Attunement spell. Not that I'm ever going to have the intelligence to use it, but there's like a non-zero chance that I end up. Sorry, this fell over somehow. There is like a non-zero chance that I end up being able to use it later with the late game build frenzy, with the late game seal of frenzied flame stat requirements. Like when I shift into that part of the build, I could see myself using it then. Because if I'm looking at this doesn't like do damage, which was the thing I was concerned about. So because it doesn't do damage, it is perfectly acceptable for the balance of the run. I have Gino Machino to thank for like his work in destigmatizing, along with the rest of the hitless community, destigmatizing the use of like buff spells and skills into the challenge run. What's up, Mr. Jason? The news is almost never good when we're talking about the word unfortunately with you. And if people are wondering why the heck am I running around like a chicken with my head cut off and we've not yet made it to the Baleful Shadow, it is because I am checking to see if there is there's probably a spell I could get that might determine what my future stat array looks like. Mr. Jason says, all is fine, good sir, but Mr. Jason is suddenly not feeling too well. Tired and low energy, and so I'm going to call it a night and watch the YouTube. No worries, Mr. Jason. Thank you for being here in any capacity. Yeah, I totally get it. I had a low energy day yesterday, and I kind of still have one today. Please do rest well, Mr. Jason. I will probably see you again tomorrow. Stay safe. Take care of yourself, good sir. You're welcome amidst my hallowed halls anytime, of course. But if I don't see you again for whatever reason, Mr. Jason, take care of yourself out there. World's a dangerous place. Now, for these spells, indeed, good sir. Here's to a bright tomorrow. Good night, good sir. So it has to be fire damage. Now, I think according to my own rules, like, I can't permit that. Like, it's not, that just doesn't work. Because it does 2 damage types. So, yuck. Mr. Jason says, after all, good sir, each year is the 365 days of glaze. I see. I guess I look forward to another day at the Krispy Kreme workshop. To say nothing of anything else, of course. Do I? I'm interested in seeing what Wretch Gore does that is different from, say, Catch Flame, because I'm pretty sure Wretch Gore is a... Well, actually, is that not a close range spell? It says eject a cone of vile blood from the caster's mouth. But the thing I'm sort of perhaps more interested in is Fire Serpent, although I think Fire Serpent would be outmoded by Giant's Flame Take Thee. So I don't know. And I'm not sure that Mesmer's Fire Orb is particularly worth it. Even with all the changes to this. It's what I'm trying to say is my spell selection is very tight. And I'm not sure what to take, if anything. I guess I'm kind of curious about this. You know what? I'm going to take Midra's Flame of Frenzy. And I'm going to go put that last point into Faith. And we're going to try out the spell. I'll make note of whether or not I should include it in the run. My gut's telling me no. Although I said this about Rain of Fire. I said that about Rain of Fire, when I first purchased it, I'm like, it's probably going to be like the other area of effect flame spells, and I'm not going to really want to cast it in a challenge run environment. But Rain of Fire proved me very surprisingly wrong when Kernifer was finished with it. So maybe the same will be true of Midra's. Maybe. And I probably want to make the Faith a hard 39. Just in case I'm debuffed. All right, let's grab this lovely new spell, and I think we will finally be ready for... Wait, that's 3 slots? All right. Let's freaking go then. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, that 3 slots. I hope this spell pulls its weight. Truly. I'm excited. I can't wait to test this out. I can't wait to both like for a boss and for like trash. Just in case there's no like, I do see some basilisks. So I think we might be okay right this second. Angie Philosopher says, well, it's not going to work against Blythe. Oh man. Well, that's kind of yucky. But I already don't use Giant's Flame Take Thee anyway, so might as well test it out on some ads. What? Oh. So you use this when you're swarmed, is what I'm hearing. Tree Spirit and Estelle are going to be better targets. Yeah, so large enemies, basically, or swarms. Okay. Dang, that's a shame. Then my gut instinct was correct, and I should have picked Wretch Gore. That would have been way more immediately... Well, that could have possibly been more immediately impactful. I really got to make sure I'm not dying to death blight. Come on now. Because it's been a while since we've last had a segment like this. I believe we are going to have a boss upcoming in just a moment. Incoming. So I'm going to whip out the focus overlay. And I'm going to have to resize it again. I'll eventually get the location of the ARR camera and the location of the Super Mario Odyssey cameras figured out, and then this will not be such a hackneyed thing each and every stream, I should say. Gotta like really move this so it's like in line. Or as in line as I can make it for the thing that it is. Anyway, when there's a red screen in front of my face, that is the focus overlay. It's got the words locked in at the bottom middle. So if there are new streamers, or if there are new audience members, or there's an incoming raid or something like that, I will of course try to entertain and everything and try to talk. Someone says hi or goodbye, I'll do my best to, address that. But otherwise, I'm focused on the boss. Elden Ring is hard. What can I say? It feels like it needs to be shifted to the left ever so slightly. Just ever teeny tiny bit so slightly. OBS is hard anyway. But so if I'm not chit-chatting for a while, my apologies. Just this is routing for a challenge run, and challenge runs are not easy stuff. Also got to remember to change our equipment. Make sure to get rid of anything unnecessary. That said, here's hoping I don't white face to live. See you guys on the other side.
O Shadow, thou art the last.
Oh, I cannot use a summon here.
That Rani the Witch cometh to rend thy flesh with a fateful wound, ne'er to heal.
Yep, that was... I forget. I don't have room to be casting spells like that. I don't. Yay! I should lower my expectations. We might not leave the baleful shadow today. All right, time to clean up the bar, because there's no way in hell I am casting some of these.
I've let sea forget.
Okay, so what am I thinking? No shot about Midra's Flame of Frenzy. Not gonna... There's no chance Frenzied Burst is getting cast either. I'm really regretting not taking Rich Gore. That could be a problem. Flame of Frenzy. Oh, and I should probably just wait for the advert anyway. Yep. It's going to take us a few minutes or a minute or two to clear out the other stuff anyway. The Flame of Frenzy leaves me too vulnerable. And frankly, Rain of Fire might even be too... It does dodge one or two attacks, but I just don't think I have time for even an uncharged cast. He moves very fast. I don't know. We'll try something like this and go from there. Angie Philosopher says, knew that's going to take a while. Yeah, I mean, optimism, right? But yes, you're absolutely correct. I just didn't think it was that bad.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Welcome to CoinStance. Have you been enjoying the live and or long-form content? How about the community? If you have, consider becoming an inductee of my hallowed halls. Do this by following my Twitch or my Kick channels, or by subscribing to my YouTube channel. These are free and easy methods of helping me out, and I'm very thankful to anyone who chooses to do those things. They only take but a few moments. Please also join my Discord server, because that's where most of your perks are banked right in. There's plenty of conversation for everyone. Don't miss out by skipping out on the server. If you want to become a senator instead amidst our hallowed halls, do that by subscribing on Twitch or Kick, or by purchasing a membership option on Patreon, Coffee, or YouTube itself when it becomes available. If you're not sure where the finger-tingling bargains are, just ask me, and I will tell you where you can find the best deals. No matter which platform we're talking about, you'd make this man's heart leap out from its Faraday cage if you check those options out. But otherwise, you guys being here is enough for me. Thanks again for listening to that stuffy sales pitch. But now, let's return to the quality content. Thank you guys so incredibly much for hanging out with me. Today. I really appreciate it. Got about another 2 hours-ish left to go. And, you know, we haven't moved one part of the splits today. I'm hopeful that we'll at least get to the Dragonkin soldier, but that it's kind of going to depend on how rough the Baleful Shadow is. Because now I've learned that my Spirit Ash upgrades could have waited until after this. We spent extra time for no reason. Anyway, advertising break coming up in about 2-ish minutes. I highly recommend you guys take a break during that. It'll last 3 minutes. It's how many minutes of ads are served up. I don't like having to do this more than any other Twitch streamer actually probably does. I try to mitigate FOMO as much as possible by just not doing anything for those 3 minutes. So that way no one misses out, among other things. I'm going to be taking a stretch break myself, so that should be even more encouragement to get up and take a break, provided that you are not running an ad blocker or something similar. But I'm not the arbiter of anyone's time. Spend that however you want. Once those 3 minutes are up, I will have returned to my desk. The ads should have stopped, and we will pick right back up where we left off. And then I think I will mention the bookkeeping items once again after the after we come back from the commercial break, because like I said, I know not everyone's part of my Discord for whatever reason, and you can't make people join your community or your server no matter how badly I might want to. I thought that was an enemy or skeleton or something, but it isn't. Cool. So I want to make sure everyone's had a good chance to take in the news, or not news, but like updates that I posted out at about 9 this morning, as like reminders. Most of these things have been happening for... Most of the updates on these things have been long since set, and the events themselves have long since been set. It's mainly some new items today. I wanted to make sure people had a good, honest chance at reading or hearing for themselves. And then after that, after doing that, it'll be time to wipe face to Red Blythe. Red Blythe for like an hour. Hopefully not. Anyway, see you guys after the break. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. I hope everyone had a wonderful commercial break, of course. And you know, good smooth Monday. I do hope people have had one of those as well. And a wonderful weekend for that matter. Now that I've checked the authenticity of the apps and verified conversationalists, I want to take an opportunity to just again rehash the sorry, I'm doing too much umming. Some bookkeeping stuff. So we have a short week this week. I will not be live on Thursday going for the rest of the week. So I'll be at a client's house on Thursday, and I don't expect to get back until the following Sunday, which would be the 15th. That Sunday is the 14th. I don't expect to be back at my house until the 14th next week. So that's that following Sunday. I make no promises on this because I'm trying to get into game dev stuff now, but I will probably try to have the episode of the Outward episode 1 refactored out by Thursday if I can help it. But again, I make no promises on that. Number 2, this hasn't really happened today. Maybe it'll happen in the last hour. I don't know, but I'm going to be just lowering the pace or lowering the amount I read out loud. I might even try to like do it on a more general level. Not just, oh, is the chat fast today? Then yeah, I'm gonna, start just responding to messages, but chat literally got too fast for me to keep up with. This was one chat platform, by the way, never mind 3 of them. But it's unacceptable that people were waiting 10 minutes for me to read messages that were in line with what was going on. So that's got to change. Number 3, Backlog Friday content stays on Backlog Friday. It does not leave Backlog Friday. So if we're missing a Friday for some weird reason, I don't try to like put it on a different day somewhere else. That's just a consistency thing. And then, the last is just, hey, I apologize for being socially withdrawn. I've taken up game development as something else to learn as a vocation. Lots of things, the solo dev experience, right? Yay, solo dev. Anyway, yeah, so if I'm not the most chatty person in the world, even more than I usually am not, I apologize. That's it. Those were the updates. 3 of 4 of those things were actually kind of important. The last one was very much not important, or not super important. It's mainly for those that communicate with me on Discord via direct message or something. Yeah, that's pretty much it. All right, are we ready for boss wipe time? It's boss wipe time. We're going to be dying a lot to the Baleful Shadow because he takes some adjustment to get used to. Adjustment that I will have to figure out how to cut out for the actual challenge run when it appears. But I will see you guys on the other side of this. Right, he can just keep going. I'm probably dead. Yeah, yep. If I was pondering it, I had enough time to move. I also probably don't want to be using rune arcs for this boss. This very specifically is a bad time to try to learn that. All right. Also, I'm gonna do a stupid, and we're gonna use use the memory of grace, and we're gonna start dashing through bosses. Or through enemies, excuse me. So I very specifically don't have to collect the rune marker anymore. So yes, that is a death I have taken on purpose outside of the boss area so I could just run through and do the thing. Dead. We're going to be dying very quick to this boss. So he can like do an attack like 2 or 3 times in a row, like a string of 4 in a row, and there's really not much to do except just kind of, he very much dictates the pace. Okay, so when he does that, he's gonna catch up with me. Yeah, when he does that, when he does the sword thrust, that is you do not run from that, you duck it. You do not run, you duck. We're gonna be dying a lot. Yeah, I should have tempered my expectations and just assumed we weren't even gonna move from the split today. I can already tell you that I should have tempered them that low. Baleful Shadow is hard. Baleful Shadow is ridiculously hard. Never mind the occasional controller muck up or something else. Doesn't matter. Guy's just hard. Ow. And I'm dead. Yep, don't even bother grapple escaping that, because you can't. That's too quick for a grapple escape. Man, I just don't have the stamina to keep up. I don't need this. I need something else. Something that just gives me more yeah, actually, you know what, now that I'm thinking on it, I mean that might be good enough. The issue is I just need more. and I absolutely cannot afford to go without casting speed. That's asking to die. That is absolutely asking to die. I also don't even want to think about attempting to manage the buff from a more advanced fortune on top of that. I do not know how you dodge that except to run. What? He leapt through the boughs of the tree. That would be cool if it weren't so deadly. What? It's like cinematic textbook difficult. Oh my god. Sinister. Might need to go without a fortune. No. Because if I do, well, I mean, I'm not using enough spells for that to be a problem. This might be a case where I need to get butt naked and put on the elemental attack talisman and just accept that a hit is death. I might need to do that. And then I'm definitely not casting Blood Boon if I'm doing that, because I won't have the element, I won't have the status resist to make that work. That's, yep, he changed up what he was doing. Dead. Brutal. All right, let's change it all up. Butt naked time. Let's go. And instead of this, I don't have room for the cast speed. I just gotta go for. I have to deal with the I probably need something like that. Yep, something a bit like this. I'm gonna need every little attack power boost I can get, and I'll need to take off the Blood Boon. That's not gonna work. If I get hit, I'm probably not winning the fight anyway. So let's advocate for a spread like that, and we're just gonna have to be patient. Don't forget to pass time, you fool. Morning, please. All right, let's try this again. I don't want to have to do something like use O Flame and like have to actually learn how to combat him up close. I would really much rather play keep away than do that. What? What did he do? I don't... Oh, did he heal? I think he might have healed. I'm dead. Yep, the dot killed me. Told ya. Yeah, I don't have room for drinking even a little bit. I mean, I have to drink at some point, but like, come on. I mean, it is kind of a winning strat. I hate that my strategy is use the tree, because there's like there's zero good spots for me to actually cast anything. And in fairness, this is what a lot of hitless runners do in the first place, is just, you know, in hitless, it doesn't actually even matter what your defenses are, because you're not allowed to get hit anyway. I just want him to actually tire. Ah, okay, then yes, he was flasking there. Dead. Okay, yep, winning strategy. Basically just don't even try to play aggressive with complex, complicated strategies. Just rain of fire, let the poison tick him, like, deal with him. And, you know, obviously do a better job at dodging stuff. But we have plenty of time for plenty of buffs. Oh. 12 deaths. 3 of which, technically 4 if I, you know, count the purposeful death I took. In order to, like, keep from tempting myself with the death marker, were preventable. So our actual, like, real attempts look at it like a +8 or something, which is honestly not bad for such an anti-caster type boss. The only thing I don't really know how to handle is when he does that black blade, black knife assassin type attack. I don't know if that tracks me, and so running is pointless, or what. Just run. Yeah, I thought it might fit into that archetype of attack. Nope, that's a miscast for sure. I'll try to keep him in the spells area if I can. Dead. Because I got struck too many times. Good to know. Black knife assassin attack, type attack, just run. If you see it, just run. And if I outspace it enough, I can probably get a quick rain of fire. Because what I've noticed is a lot of the attacks are right-hand sweeps that go from high to low, and so my body will duck under the first first part of the standard attack, like standard 2 or 3 hit attack. It'll at least duck under the first one. What? Yeah, that like dash is new. Or not new, but he's not used it before. I did not, yep, you don't have time to like tilt or run a different direction. You're supposed to run straight back. And it's nighttime. That is a terrible time to lose attack power. I don't have time to be concerned about this. Yep. It turned nighttime mid-battle, and as soon as I realized that, that exact realization is probably what caused me to lose. I don't have time to think about that. Yuck. I should have just... As soon as... I should just be checking the time every time before I fight him. I don't know if the sword buff actually matters all that much. Yeah, if I just remain locked in, I probably would have won right there. I'm upset with myself because of I didn't need to be thinking about that. Classic standard WoW player problem of thinking about how best to DPS instead of thinking about how to survive. And marking him is going to be like a whole separate issue. Can't wait to try that one. Yeah, okay, see, sometimes he does that follow-up. And he does like this weird like slice follow-up to the vertical, and sometimes that leads to a dash and I die, or like a wheeling dash type attack. I apologize that this is like the digital equivalent of watching paint dry. But I do hope that you guys find the struggle entertaining, to say the least. I should not have checked that there. Maybe it's like a spacing thing where he'll try to like... Nope. Yup. I ran out of stamina on that exact moment. Dagnabbit. Angie Philosopher says no worries. Working on the Reforged tech guide on the side. Ooh, there's going to be a tech guide. When we're talking about tech, is that the... This is what other stuff you could think to do? Are we talking like an actual, you know, here are the specs you need to play Reforged? Just so I'm clear on what definition of tech we're operating on. If and you don't mind my asking. We're still in early day. We're probably all right. Nah, usual launcher errors. Okay, so yes, we mean the computer stuff. Not necessarily the computer stuff I was talking about a second ago, but computer tech stuff nonetheless. Angie Philosopher says I'm the tech support guy. Gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. Thanks for the explanation. Yep, see, there's that second follow-up swipe right there when I'm not used to it. Dead because I timed that wrong. Should not have attempted to do that while he was primed to leap. That was a split second judgment error. It's in times like these, and it's late day already. It's times like these where you should make sure you hydrate. If you're gaming, before a boss or after you wipe to one, or before or after you deal with a difficult segment is probably the best time to attempt to drink or to drink water. Nourishment. Yep, there's that second follow-up strike. Dead. I didn't even bother dodging there. I just knew I was dead. The holy or the destined death effect made sure of that. Or it's like only the black knife assassin attack gave me a destined death effect. But I assume the rest, the dot he leaves after attacking is also destined death. It just lacks the usual minus max HP effect. Otherwise, it's a weird. It deals holy damage and has a dot, but is not destined death. Yep, I took an attack from that. Yup. I got punished for that. Kill me. Yep. Gonna be here all night. I should already plan for that. So that's 3 bosses so far I have to work on. And I should already be thinking about resetting this back to... Maybe I should just make that a going part of the strat, so I never have to worry about it actually hitting nightfall and then me being a lazy bum and forgetting about it. Anyway, 3 bosses I know I have to work on. One is the infamous Godskin Noble elevator fight. Hate that. Second one is Noster, the False Sky. We have the most deaths to that particular one. That, like, 68 of them. I think I can whittle it down to 4. And now, this guy. Who I have a running tally of 15 deaths on. E-Noble claims another victim. E-Noble, hold on. This is just not a great time to talk about that. All right, I'm gonna have to kite him in the spell. Great. Nope, dead. Yup. He just stood right there and killed me. All right, well, he didn't, you know what I mean. Anyway. So, E-Noble claims another victim. E-Noble's been claiming me since its inception. Even regular non-challenge running coin fell a lot to E-Noble. If only the fight had guardrails or had the arena about the size of Dark Souls 2's dragon slaying armor. The guy that you have to fight before you get to Lycia for the first time. Him. A platform about that size would be fine. Like about 1 or 2 levers worth. That would be great. Also, I'm pretty sure I forgot to reset, so at some point I'm gonna, or reset the time. So it's going to become nighttime at some point. Yep. But as infamous as the E-Noble decision is, for better and worse, I got Kernifer's reasoning when he explained why he moved the elevator noble there the first time. I understood that. Also, I should just make a habit of doing this so I don't forget. I understood the decision. I'm okay. You know, I sat with the decision a while before. I sat with my stances with this a while before coming to the conclusion that the E-Noble is bad. It's just in its current iteration, I think it is too punishing for, well, it is optional. I think it's too punishing for the area it is contained in, but I also recognize that the bridge where it originally was bad. So I don't know what the correct answer. Oh my God. Yep. I don't know what the correct answer to that area's boss is. I'm trying to remember if you even fight another Godskin noble before that point. You can find an apostle in a couple of locations, but I don't think you're so fortunate with the noble. So I think we have to stick with the noble. Like, it's late day. Heck, nabbit. This probably has to be the last attempt before the commercial break, even if I do it now. And just in case I hadn't counted it. I don't know. It's just the E-Noble's design. Like, specifically not the boss itself, but like the other things about it just rub me the wrong way. I don't hate Reforged for it. I have a lot of... I wouldn't be challenge running the damn thing if I did what some people did when it was, you know, put in and just dump the game right there. Dump the mod right there. Not even think twice. But it is definitely a decision that I didn't agree with, and that's fine. Mods are allowed to have that. You don't have to like every decision that a mod author makes. No one does. And no one's entitled to Kernifer's no one is entitled to Kernifer's creative vision. I will explain a little more about why people don't like it. Well, I think the basic position of it is fine, but the hate probably might stem from a couple of areas, and I am more than happy to explain that. You know, and when the next gap in time approaches, But now is a terrible time to try to do that. Yeah, my whole rhythm can't, like, I guess I can do it now. Might as well. There's no shot that I defeat this before. Maybe there is. I'm probably being a little bit too self-defeating. I just don't think I can do it before the commercial break. So, as far as I understand, the Angie Philosopher says, I know why they don't like it. I just don't experience the difficulty due to positioning myself. So part of the hate, it probably has nothing to do with Reforged in particular, and is instead the position a purist might take, which is why change that boss? You know, that boss was fine. Leave it on the bridge, because the point isn't about the position of the boss. It's our ability to not deal with what would decidedly be an unfair boss on its face. I don't necessarily agree with that, but that is one of the positions I saw early on. Another part of it comes to people button mashing. Reforged is and I'm speaking to the choir when I say this. Reforged is not a mod where you can button mash your way through and win. Elden Ring already isn't one of those games to start with. Reforged should make it abundantly clear you are disincentivized from doing this. But unfortunately, some people do button mash the controller. They're not necessarily paying attention to the fight. They are getting emotional when it comes to how frustrating a Godskin Noble is in a contained space. And so they look at that and say, no, thank you. Do not like. Some people are reasonable and it stays contained there. Some other people project their frustrations from having dealt with what they, in their mind's eye, would consider to be a very rough boss for them. They project that frustration onto Kernifer and all the rest. I try my best not to do this, because my frustrations in particular are self-inflicted, right? Because Kernifer is not balancing around a challenge run. I want to make that perfectly clear. For anyone that's like just tuning in and listening, the mod was not designed to accommodate challenge runs. Can it accommodate them? Yes, absolutely. And some runs will perform better than others. However, Kernifer was not a challenge runner, to my knowledge. Kernifer plays on mouse and keyboard, as far as I know, what I know of them, excuse me. They play on mouse and keyboard. They're more in tune with Elden Ring's controls than most of us are, in a way that operating on a controller would not allow you to be. You like Reforged and most mods in general are going to have the imprint of whoever is designing or making them. So Reforged is a technical game because Kernifer plays really precise controls when it comes to the game. Makes sense. I think it's great. I love the extra precision. Not everyone's like that. Some people don't like it.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Granted, Godskin Noble isn't super resistant to fire, so it's not terrible or anything like that. Inflicting sleep on it doesn't really help much, which is the usual strat people try to do with the nobles, is like put them to sleep. I can put them to sleep, both in grenade form and in the other form. I'm pretty sure I'm permitted the grenade pot. I'm permitted the pot item. I'm not permitted the ancestral skull or infant head item. Not allowed that for the challenge run, because it is considered a projectile weapon that doesn't fall in the class of things you can do on a hitless or challenge run. Angie Philosopher says, I'm afraid he is in fact rather resistant to fire. Yes, what I mean to say is it's not Rykard, right? Or Fire Giant. I do not believe it is 50% resistance. I only think it's like 25 or 35. Let's see. That might even be... I'll figure out which entry this is. Yeah, here it is. Okay, that took me a second. Oh, I don't have the percentages available. Sure, I can sort it that way. But I'm fairly sure it's either 25 or 30. Yeah, 25. So resistant, right? But not insurmountable with the right weapons and the right spell scaling. Not insurmountable. And again, I don't necessarily agree with these points of view or anything. I'm just stating them. For me, I fall into the camp of I'm not always paying attention. And so I am not minding my spacing as much as I should be. Deflex probably help a lot with the noble. Trying to do that with a weapon in your offhand is not the greatest tactic in the world. I try not to rely on it. Specifically in terms of the challenge run, because of the way that team hitless rules work. And yes, ducks also work. I do try to employ those because, you know, I don't have to worry about my positioning when I'm ducking that much. I don't despise the elevator noble. I do not despise it. That is about the level of vitriol I would have to be at for me to put the game down. It would have to be vilified. It's not vilified. It may have reached that point for other people, but I don't jive with it. I do not handle confined spaces very well. It's a gaming skill I'd like to get better at, is fighting in these restricted tight spaces, because that's going to determine the success of the challenge run overall on multiple grounds, and especially with not fire spells. When you have honed bolt for a generator and you're forced to stay completely still, yeah, yuck. That is definitely not going to work for a fight like Elevator Noble. You are too vulnerable with honed bolt. Never mind any other lightning generator that might be there. But I think a large part of the hate is just people projecting their frustrations and all that other sort of stuff. We can pick back up on this after the commercial break. See everyone then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. I hope we all had a wonderful commercial break. Found something fun or productive to do. So yeah, just to truncate what I said and put it in a nice neat bow, the arguments that I've seen talking about Godskin Noble, at least the hatred for it, is largely just projection. Largely just projection, frustration, and whether that's an internal skill issue. Skishu is a portmanteau that I've heard online, and I've taken quite a liking to it. Or some people just, again, are purists. And so moving the Godskin Noble, which was already hated, to a place that is downright diabolical in some instances is, you know, seen as a choice for sure. I have to kite him in this? Great. Yeah. But, you know, with the noble being what it is one decision out of a sea of so many decisions that I actually like about this game. It is really hard for me to be upset at like an overall state of Reforged. I think it's an amazing place. I never would have thought that Reforged would have had a multiplayer server. That was just never a thing I expected. I forgot to reset the time again. I never expected it at all. I think the fact that there is a community that not only is interested in co-oping, but is also interested in PvP that doesn't have to be extrapolated through seamless co-op. I think that's just great. And you know, not to mention all the mechanical choices, the changes in lighting, the change, the everything. I've played with and have known the Reforged mod a long time. It's like update 1.7 or 6, something like that, or not 1.7 or 6, like lower than that, like maybe 1.5. I've known it a long time. There are lots of things to like about Reforged. And people should not let an optional Godskin Noble, like, prevent them from enjoying the other parts of the game. Yep, dead, probably. Oh, okay, it's not death. It's not certain death, but it is very close. That was... Yep. I probably should have just taken the L after I got bit, though. Like, getting grabbed by the ghoulies is just not a great time. I wonder if I need to use the, what's the item? I wonder if I need to, like, impede his healing when he goes for it. That might be a necessary arsenal that I need to consider here. Ah, yes, it is the albinoric pot. And what I'll probably do... And then I will craft... I'd say probably 3 albinoric blood pots. I will try adding this to my list of tricks, because I don't want to have to think about doing this too much, but I know about when he would begin to heal, and so I can maybe threaten to block him from doing it. I could also just like preemptively throw one on him. And then after he does like a really big opening attack or something. I'm dead. I timed that wrong. All the little micro decisions matter, coin. Yeah, he might drink at like 75% or 70%. What? I thought that duck would have gotten him, but I guess, or Like the duck from the spell would have gotten it. I guess not. Good to know. It has to be a bona fide dodge. I wasted that for no effect. Yeah, I would say about 3 of those, of that sort of flask ought to be reasonable for how much the materials cost. Late day, don't even bother. Reset to early morning. Yeah, okay. I definitely have to work on this boss in my off time. I don't know how I'm gonna lock it in to -0, plus or -0, but I have to try. I don't know if that is just making sure I'm not making bad micro decisions, or if it is just that there's something more concrete I can do than what I am doing right now. After he does a leap is probably a good time to cast for the most part. Because the duck off of Rain of Fire will dodge. Never mind. Shut up. Stop talking, coin. Let him kill you. Let him kill you. That's bad attempt. Bad attempt. That grabs death. So, at what part during the riveting content, riveting content even, am I allowed to blame the controller? When do I start doing the quintessential speedrunner thing of, what is this? Look at that. You know, I died in the cutscene, or insert some interesting statement that a speedrunner might be known for saying these days. When do I get to do that? Probably not at all, since I'm not a speedrunner, but you get my point. Didn't even use an albinoric pot. Let's go. All right, so there is a certain distance, and it can't just be any old attack. Dad, I spent 2 pots there. I should have spent that time that he was shaking his flask over and over, making sure that I was topped off on health and other stuff. let's reset. Don't want to wait until late day and then the fight drags out and it's nighttime. Oh, this wonderful feeling that I'm wiping again. Yep, that's fine. I didn't want to waste resources on bad attempts. Honestly, if I manage to stifle that heal check, that might be the time to pop a like the bubble tier, the opaline bubble tier physic that I have set up. That might be a great time to pop that, actually, just so I can at least not have to worry about you know, damage from a single attack for like 20 seconds. Dead. I'll eventually learn to just duck that all the time rather than try to get cute and reposition. It's just not gonna happen. Yep, kill me. Don't even waste it. Don't even waste it. I had an itchy eyebrow at that exact moment. No, that is not an excuse. I did actually have one. It's kind of tough to see me rub my eyebrow, but yeah. Itchy eyebrow Well, really, itchy any part of you is bad. Here's a question I can ask folks. Have you ever had a critical moment in gaming or doing something and a random itch on your body just... I should check. Yeah, it's late day. Don't even bother. An itch on your body, and that particular itch occurring when it did, you know, either cost you the game, cost you your victory in battle, like you literally snatched defeat from the jaws of victory, or, you know, something else. I experience that all the time, you know. Outside of that, I can think of an instance where when I was raiding in World of Warcraft, right, I was with a group of 10 people. I had a random itch crop up that caused me to stay in a pool of bad stuff for a second longer than normal. And me healing myself back up, like, caused me to fail a DPS check for a fight. And I got properly chewed out for it. That's just like a non-Dark Souls, Elden Ring centric example I can provide that like adds texture to my answer to that question, or in anything. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. And my timing was just ever so... I was already a little bit off kilter from the camera being where it was. So I'm definitely not surprised that that happened again. Besides, I didn't have a rune arc ready. That was one thing I was considering during that whole exchange was, you know, I'm not buffed, so there's no way I'm going to be able to do this seriously. In fact, let me... Before I get too comfortable in my own skin, let me make like another 25 more of these. That way we have plenty. What else are you going to use the ingenious alchemic for? Yep, dead. Because I panicked. But hey, I think that's the correct answer. Just have the Albinoric flasks ready to go, and that'll probably seal the deal. I just gotta mind the stuff for it. And it only took 31 tries of actually figuring it out. But such is how the hitless, deathless challenge run works. You gotta spend hundreds of deaths or tens of deaths wiping to a boss until you figure out all the little intricacies of how the boss interacts with your build. And then you're allowed to proceed and kill it. Really? I did not mean to do that. Nope. Yup, give it up. Give it up. Don't try to keep up with him. Just let him have the windows. Just let him have the windows. All right. Now go for it. Nabbit. Now I have to hope he doesn't heal. I'm dead. I'm not dead. Got him. Sorry, didn't mean to blast people's ears. Oh, I could have probably had more health flasks. Thanks for the GGs. That only took 31 deaths, but hey, I'll take it. I'll take it. Now I have a concrete strategy. I wish it wasn't quite so down to the wire, but I have one. Now I can polish it. I can make a alt file and like correct any unforced errors I'm making. I am wanting this. Inky Philosopher says, my cat is occupying half my chair. Writing a guide is really annoying if you can't sit straight, but who am I to shoo her away? She's probably saying, haven't you worked enough on that guide by now? Surely you could afford a break. Or maybe the cat's trying to help in her own special way. Oh, thank God that is over. And now we have 23 minutes. And do I make a spectacle of this and quickly run to the next boss? I don't know. That sounds fun. That sounds like it could be quite fun. I guess we also have the key, and the key, I believe, if I remember my quest line right, that key unlocks a chest back in Renala's place. Yeah, I think I remember that being accurate. Let's of course actually get to the Lake of Fire first, but exhilarating. I thought I really do have to stop commiserating you know, every time I white face to a boss. I know I probably don't sound different from too many other players, and I guess in truth I'm not, right? Challenge run aside. But I can't imagine that being particularly entertaining to watch a man or a woman or a non-binary person just commiserate a bit every time something goes wrong or other some such things. This probably ironically might be the part where Midra's does get to come into play. We'll have to see. I think Midra's has a closer range than the Flame of Frenzy. At least I think so, just based on its initial usage, but I guess I'd have to try on a boss where it actually matters. Let's see. Yep, something like this setup ought to work. Maybe Flame grant me strength. Yeah, that seems about right. Not Flame grant me strength. What am I thinking? I want Flame cleanse me for this area. Okay, so is there not... I could have sworn that there was a map. Yes, this should be it right here. Okay, and I think our friend the Dragonkin soldier is... What the hell is that? Is that a stone shield scorpion? Have fun with the guys. Thanks. What? I'm not used to this. Wait, what? Welcome on in, Cindy creating everything. Let me swap over a second. I am doing well. Thank you for asking. I hope you yourself are doing well. You were wondering if you could make some art for the channel sometimes. I am my own I see. We have opted to do this, have we? That has got to be a ban. Cannot be permitting that. Un momento, per favore. There we go. Sorry. I am my own graphic design artist. Thanks for the instant notification to ban, though. I swear that's all the internet is sometimes, is just scam artists. I'm quite sure that is not what Eisenhower would have wanted to hear about the internet back during his time. I'm sure that most of the modern military generals today also wouldn't really want to hear that the internet is being defiled and plagued with scam artists. Okay, how do I want to do this? I do not think that is going to reach, but I'm going to try. Maybe, yeah, I could probably free aim a frenzied burst in this general direction. Nope, absolutely not. Yep, no, nothing to do but get closer, like get a lot closer. Sir, I was about to say, I'm literally right here. No, get back here. Get back here. What are you doing? My resources are certainly not going to last for long if I am doing this. Decaying Stone Shield Scorpion. That has to be like a lesser version of an enemy in Night Rain. I'm almost convinced that that is the... Like, we are being trained. Like, the player base would be trained off of the less, like, the decaying versions. Okay, let's reset our flasks, and I need to think about what spell I probably want here, and it probably I need to make room for that. Anki Philosopher says it's just Stone Shield Scorpion without the moth and some added stuff. Yeah, I figured it was without the moth, sans Noster. Really close to cursed reference. Anyway, the added. I could tell that the twigs around its eyes were considered to be added features. I might be able to get away with some others. Well, I don't know. Yeah, maybe I could do something like this and flame cleanse me. Yeah, that ought to be good enough. And I'm willing to bet it respawns. It sure does. It sure does. Okay. Learning has occurred. Huh. I guess that makes the Lake of Rot a completely different place. Instead of having these like small bunguses or like you know, a bunch of these irrelevant small bunguses, you have like several large more intimidating enemies. It reminds me a lot of what is it? What is it? Come on, I should remember this. I beat Dark Souls 1. It's the place where the bed of chaos exists. Izalith. Yeah, this reminds me a lot of Izalith, where Izalith had the huge Titanite demons roaming around. This kind of gives that appeal to me. I not mean to roll in that. Yeah, that's kind of stinky. I sort of figured that would probably happen. How? Oh, it's cause the target lock. Yeah, I see what's going on. Uh-oh. Oh, well, you know what? Expensive spell is expensive and works. Nice. Now if I could just do the same thing for the rest. My FP is definitely not going to be able to take this for long, though, without the use of preserving boluses. I really don't have to kill all of them in one. How? Wait, I'm sorry, what? Well, I'm gonna definitely step back. I'm willing to guess there's probably... Okay, let me back up. So, one, I know about the, okay, I have limited time. Coin, get to the rest site before I run out. So, I know about the obelisks, or like the braziers, that add platforms. I probably should just do those. And maybe some of the expanse, everything in their area repeat with others. Right, and I just saw this over here, so... Okay. Because I want that rune piece. I believe it's completable. It is retrievable, though this will probably answer the question of whether or not I should even skip it. How? Literally how? Why is it facing this way? What? This would almost be adorable if these things weren't so scary. I did not. No, don't eat that. Deck nabbit. All right. Not being able to see is certainly a problem. And I don't think the game likes me doing this very much. But I'll take it. It's cheesy. It's very cheesy. He says, might need to stand a little bit away from the thing. Yeah, that doesn't really work. But this does. Nice. Now, how do we want to do that? Angie Philosopher says the game doesn't like those scorpions because, like, optimization. What is that? Right. Yes, this game was not meant to take on, you know, random particle effects from a different game or random generated obstacles from a different game. I totally get that. Yeah, I think, yeah, this is just a completely different way of tackling this area that I'm not quite used to yet. I can't wait to see what the platforms are going to add in terms of this anyway. How do I want to... Do I need to get a running start? Nah, this definitely feels... Yeah, I was about to say, this feels like you don't need to run at it. And I didn't. Nice. So this was the one over here. I guess I'll try to go for the... I can't... Yeah, that's just a castle with a bunch of towering roots behind it. We should be okay. That scorpion shouldn't think much of us. I don't know what to make of the change yet. I don't know if I like or dislike this. Oh, never mind your Kindred of Rot. That ought to... Oh, wait, no. These are not Kindred of Rot. Aren't these the special Reaver type enemies? I guess I'm gonna find out. Yeah. That sure is correct. Wow, ain't that a... Yeah, okay. We have learned. I don't know anything about this enemy because it is custom. I am going to read. That was the Harvester of Rot, so it ought to be here. Gangling insectoid that lurks in pools of scarlet rot, reformed from the decayed matter of wildlife trapped in rot. This creature is born with one purpose to fulfill. With its many limbs, it drags victims to its spawning pools where they may share its mindless fate. This reminds me of the enemy in Irithyll from Dark Souls 3. That kind of like floated in the water. And when it came out, it had many limbs. Oh, it's a lovely creature. I'm not. It's better than Royal Revenant. I don't know what Miyazaki was smoking when he had the dev team make the Royal Revenant. That one at least looked a little bit less chaotic, right? You know, just not having to deal with. Wait, is that another random one? That's another one of those. Has to be. No, that's just a corpse. What? It is a lovely little creature. The modeler, like Team Reforged, has done another amazing job with it. Yeah, that's freaking bait, man. That's... Wow, just... Yeah, that's super Omega bait. Can walk through it, too. Incredible. I guess what I want to do is kind of like... sprawl... Well, actually, I guess from here we can go to the left and then kind of take the usual pathway from there. I'll see what we can get done in about... Like, how many minutes worth of work are we going to get done in, like, about 7 minutes? I don't think we're gonna have enough time for the Dragonkin soldier, but I think that can be forgiven. given the fact that I wasn't even sure we were gonna make it to this point in the first place. Because Baleful Shadow is hard. You know, this almost looks like tomato sauce. I know it's not. It's grungy, disgusting, nasty juice, but this does easily feel nice. And that attack is instant rot too. Beautiful. And it heals up. I saw that effect. It heals up and whenever someone's afflicted with scarlet rot. Wow. Yeah, Team Carnifer cooked with this one. I like it. It's better than basilisks. It's better than consistently constant basilisks everywhere. Because I know that is FromSoft's like favorite enemy to jam in places like this. However, I will say that multi-armed freaks are nice. Multi-armed freaks are very deadly in this game. And just a simple couple of changes within enemy placements or types is enough to turn the same area into something completely different. Which I think is neat. You don't have to, say this is the convergence. That right-hand corpse was bait, man. Again. Hello? That is just missed. Run! This is like Pikmin. Pikmin 3, very specifically. Nice. Incredible. I don't think we're going to be going any further in 4 minutes. I was harvested. I was dragged to the depths of its breeding grounds to become a mindless peon. Well, mindless peon or not, well, to share in its mindless fate. I will probably be butterflied open, similar to Diablo 3 enemies later. Google those for a fun time in body horror for those that are interested. And also, that is definitely a death on the way to the boss. I want to thank you guys so incredibly much for this wild, wacky ride of Noxtella kind of lacking events, followed by white face 30 times to Baleful Shadow. That was fun. I'd kind of been craving a challenge after the string of no deaths or one death events. My name is Coinstamp, everybody. I hope you guys liked the gameplay and the commentary today. It was a relatively quiet day, and sometimes it's nice to have those. The chat doesn't always have to be bustling. We don't always need jokes and puns. We don't always need riveting social commentary. We don't always need that stuff. Sometimes it is just enough to log in, witness the many wondrous horrors that are contained in Elden Ring's Underground, both modified and vanilla, and call it a day. Sometimes that is enough. We will be back at this again tomorrow. Quick reminder, I will not be live on Thursday or Friday. I've got a client job those 2 days. Additionally, if people try to speak at me and I don't respond through Discord or some other medium, I apologize. I have been working on game dev materials. I've been trying to plot out what I'm going to make, so I'm not, you know, flying by the seat of my pants. Like actually have like like an outline prototype proposal and everything. So that's been eating up a lot of my time. My apologies. Please do stay safe and take care of yourselves. You're very welcome, Angie Philosopher. Thanks for being here. It was good to see everyone. On the way out the door, of course. If you haven't joined, if people have not joined the Discord already or looked through my link tree, please feel free to do that. For those on Twitch, it'll be underneath the video description, or under the video player, excuse me. For you guys on YouTube, my link tree will be in the will be in the description at the bottom. And for you guys on Kick, I can see that Kick is having issues and wants me to sign in. It'll be Shift-6 Linktree, all one word, because I forgot I have to log into Kick sometimes. It doesn't like to keep everything nice and steady. But that said, you can also just look at my YouTube link if you're on Kick, and it'll take you right, you know, there will be links at the nestled within the channel banner, and that'll take you where you need to go. You guys have been awesome. Please do stay safe, take care of yourselves. You're welcome amidst my hallowed halls any time, of course. I'll see you guys in the next one, hopefully tomorrow, but if not, definitely Wednesday. And with that, farewell and goodbye.